You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday, June 17th, 2022, around 11 p.m. I can see in the chat that Jonathan and Anna are here. Let me know if the audio and video are okay. Jonathan says he's been reading Name of the Rose. Name of the Rose was a Sean Connery movie as well, right? They made the book into a movie with Sean Connery, I believe. There's some, I'm remembering the interviews I've seen of Sean Connery that are not with Barbara Walters, that are not, he doesn't sound like a very nice guy to be in a relationship with. All right, so assuming everything's good, today we're playing Case 8 from the Baker Street Irregulars box, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. 8 of 10, so we've only got 3 more to go. If you'll remember, cases 5 through 10 are related. They're discussed in the book as a campaign, but then they're also described as saying that 5 through 9 relate to case 10, so they're really not related by any plot lines within the mystery that we've seen. But the key thing is that the newspapers for previous cases are used for subsequent cases. So by the time we're now up to case 8, we've got 3 previous newspapers to worry about. I've gone through them again very quickly. We've seen already most of the way they're used is just addresses of places are sometimes found in a previous newspaper. So if there's someplace we want to go, sometimes an older newspaper has mentioned it. It hasn't been too taxing, and with multiple chat people in the channel, I don't feel like we've missed anything, but it is a lot to have to worry about by the time you get to the 10th case. Having to go through 5 newspapers is is a bit daunting. But if they stay the way they've been staying with nothing major to worry about, then it's not a big deal. Case 7 that we played last week was very small in scope, but emotional. Dave Neal joined us for a bit of that playthrough to point out I wouldn't call it a typo, but a little printing issue that he had. And he commented on our thoughts at the end of that video, how he has been trying to, his philosophy, the kinds of mysteries he likes are the same ones that I've said are the best in this genre, when it's sort of simple facts that don't make sense until they do, and then when they all click into place, everything seems clear. So sounds like we're on the right page with Dave Neal, on the same page. And I'm looking forward to case 8. The Heist in Harp Lane is the name of this case. Thursday, August 29th. There's the paper. So our previous case was August 23rd. And then June, one before that was June 13th. And then before that, June 3rd. So they're all taking place within, well, the last one was a month before the previous. This one's only a week later. All right. Anything else we need to talk about before we get started? Jonathan is talking about Name of the Rose. If you're interested in that time period, like Mortem Medieval Detective, don't forget Chronicles of Crime. In their recent Kickstarter set of 3 expansion boxes, one of the boxes of cases is set in 1400, and even has a little doggy that helps you. So I'm quite intrigued about that. I've heard good things, but that might be a good case to a good game to play if you like that medieval setting. I've seen in a bunch of the board game people, Origins, the board game, there are a bunch of board game conventions coming up soon, and Origins has just occurred. Gen Con will be in a couple months in August. I'll be at Gen Con. But all of the board game reviewers have come back from Origins and are showing all the games they got and stuff. And I've seen Mortem Medieval Detective, which we fully played through and reviewed. I see that Origins is where it's made its first real debut into mainstream and being available. So a lot of the Origins board game reviewers have gotten their hands on it. So I assume we'll see some reviews going forward. Although any game that needs 3 sessions or more, I guess Mortem is just 3 sessions, tends to fall by a little bit by the wayside with the serious board game reviewers, because they don't have time to mess around with playing a game 3 times. So I don't know how many reviews we'll see. Are we ready to get started? Anything else to talk about? I was supposed to go to the movies today and see Jurassic World, but I decided to get some sleep for this case instead. So I hope you appreciate the sacrifices I've been making. Debates about heresy. All right, more talk about Name of the Rose. Okay, let's get started on our case here. Heist in Harp Lane. Not sure what this is a picture of. It looks like someone lying dead on the floor. All right, let's read it. Heist in Harp Lane, Thursday, August 29th, 1889. It is one of those late August days when summer seems to be making a last effort to retain its grip on England, and the hot sun makes traveling London a humid, tiring experience, rich in odors, most of them unpleasant. We have responded to a note from Holmes summoning us to Baker Street with the premise of a case, and Miss Hudson opens the door. "Good morning," she says. "I thought you would be coming by, so there is enough tea for everyone. Oh, and this just arrived. Please give it to Mr. Holmes. She hands us a letter, and we make our way upstairs to Holmes's room, where we find the detective stretched in his armchair while Dr. Watson stands at his side, midway through a commentary on the effects of temperature on health. The doctor sees us and smiles. Well, Holmes, he says, perhaps Wiggins and friends have something more interesting than my ramblings to stir you from your lethargy. Holmes opens one eye and looks at us. A mute donkey would have something more interesting to say than the topics you've been regaling me with, Watson, he replies. So Wiggins is practically ensured of success. He sees the letter in Wiggins' outstretched hand and takes it with a glint in his eye. Indeed, he says, looking at the envelope, and he has succeeded already without a word. We watch as he opens the letter, and his demeanor shifts from apathy to intense concentration. The doorbell rings. That must be the client, Mr. Holmes, says Wiggins, but Holmes does not respond. A moment later, he tucks the letter into his pocket, and two men enter the room. One in his mid-20s with well-groomed blonde hair and lively eyes. The other is a tall man of perhaps 30 years with dark hair and a slightly grizzled, unkempt look. The blonde man scans the room, and his eyes come to rest on the great detective. Mr. Holmes, he says, I am pleased to make the acquaintance of one with such an exceptional reputation. Holmes nods modestly, though we notice he cannot suppress a faint smile. I am Paul Kennedy, the security manager at Holder and Stevenson Bank, and would like your help in recovering a substantial amount of gold bullion stolen from one of our delivery wagons early yesterday afternoon. And this is Michael Darby, one of the guards of the wagon, who can furnish you with more specific details. He gestures to his companion. Very good, says Holmes, apparently appreciating Mr. Kennedy's forethought in bringing Michael along. Perhaps we could hear the broad details from yourself, Mr. Kennedy, and then have an account from Mr. Darby. Well, begins Mr. Kennedy, it was a simple transfer of gold bullion reserves along a regular route from an office in East London to our central office on Cannon Street. We often have a police escort for such a delivery, though it always depends on whether the police can spare anyone. The dockers' strike meant that on this occasion there were no police available. Therefore, the delivery had only our 3 guards, 2 riders on horseback, one of which was Michael here, the other Conrad Jarvis, plus the driver of the wagon, Hugh Pattons, all armed. This was enough, we thought, to deter thieves. As the wagon made its way down Tower Street, at around 1:30 p.m., there were signs of a disturbance ahead, so they took a diversion, turning left at Mincing Lane down St. Dunstan's Hill, a small road which cuts through the block of houses between Tower Street and London Thames Street. A sensible decision, I feel. However, halfway down St. Dunstan's Hill, 3 men were suddenly upon them with guns, one on each guard, and directed them down an alley called Harp Lane, where they took their weapons, tied them up, blew open the wagon, and removed over 60 bars of gold. The explosion was heard in surrounding streets. Some people approached the lane to determine the source, only to discover a robber pointing a gun straight at them, which sent them scurrying away until the police arrived just under 30 minutes later. By that time, the robbers had gone. Holmes looks to Michael. And Mr. Darby, could you describe these events from your perspective? Yes, sir. Of course, sir, says Michael, glancing at Mr. Kennedy, then back at us. It was as Mr. Kennedy had said, sir. I was riding up front, Conrad at the back. We got to the junction with Mincing Lane, and I could see a ruckus were happening at Eastcheap. So I cried out to the others we should turn left and cut through to Lower Thames. We headed down St. Dunstan and were part way down when I turned and I saw a man on the wagon by Hugh. I reached for my gun, but then saw another man with his face covered who was pointing a gun at me from the left side of the wagon. I froze. Looking at the back of the wagon, I could make out a third man with a gun pointed at Conrad. The wagon began to turn into a small lane, Hugh presumably being made to turn it that way, and the man with the gun on me gestured I should follow. Once we were in the lane, he was right up by me and said to dismount. I could feel the barrel of a gun on my back. When I was done, he tied my feet and hands behind me, blindfolded me, then threw me to the ground. It was all very quick. Next thing I remember was the explosion. And then the sound of them running down the lane, I think, rather than out of it, which I remember thinking was odd because it seemed to be a dead end. We lay there a time until the police arrived and freed us. Holmes looks back to Mr. Kennedy and asks, "Why have you come to me, Mr. Kennedy, when the official police have surely only just begun an investigation?" "The police are investigating, but you see, Mr. Holmes, I cannot take any chances. The reputation of my bank and therefore my job depends on it. As does my marriage. I proposed last week, shortly after taking up my new post. We are due to be married in December. Miss Finelli and I. But if I'm suddenly without an income, I dare not think." "And why are you so sure you would lose your job, Mr. Kennedy?" asks Watson. "My situation is not secure, Dr. Watson. I am newly appointed as the security manager at Holder and Stevenson, and the youngest man who has ever been given the post. This has led to much speculation as to my suitability, and now my detractors, especially rigid old Mr. Golston, have fresh ammunition with which to attack me. Please, Mr. Holmes, if we do not catch these robbers soon, I could lose everything." Holmes nods. "Very well, Mr. Kennedy," he says, "this case may be a matter of tracking down the gang responsible, and the official police, to give them their due, can occasionally manage such tasks with minimal incompetence. Still, they have the dock strikes to deal with at present, and then there are some particular points of interest in what you and Mr. Darby have recounted. I am unable to investigate this case myself just at this time because of another matter." He's got that envelope he put in his pocket. "However, my associates here are trustworthy, and I know my methods. They can look into this case today, and if by tonight they have not resolved the matter, I assure you it will have my full attention." And then it says, "Important note, for this case, East London, Area E, is available for you to visit. It is not on the map, but locations can still be visited in the same way as the other areas. It comes at the end of the casebook after Area EC." So there's an E area in the back of the casebook, and the directory, if you'll remember, does occasionally have entries that are in sections that aren't normally in the game. There are pure south areas, pure east areas, and then Queen's Park areas. Normally when you come across one of those, you just say, okay, that's not relevant for me. There's no way to look that up. But this is saying if we find an east area, it's off to the side of the game, but we can still possibly look it up. All right, well, that's quite an interesting case. It sounded like quite a bit of potentially spatial stuff. Like it described the route of the horse carriage and how they took a diversion, went down the lane, and it said it sounded like the robbers were running further into the lane. So we might want to bring up the tablet so we can annotate that path a little bit better. All right, let's start by making our notes about stuff we want to follow up on here. from our intro. All right, so we've got Paul Kennedy. He's the security manager. He's the one who's brought us the case, right? Then we've got Holder and Stevenson Bank. That's the company. That's the company that was robbed. All right. And then we've got Michael Darby. He was one of three men, one of three guards escorting the carriage. Okay. Transfer of gold bullion. Regular route. Did someone know they wouldn't have police escort today? Not sure. Okay, so it starts, the route starts at their office in East London on Cannon Street. Okay, no police, so they have to go by themselves. There's 3 guards, 2 on horseback, one of which, Michael here, the other Conrad Jarvis. So Conrad Jarvis is the second horseback guy. And Michael is also on horseback. So he's a horseback escort, 2 horseback guys. Okay, and then we've got Hugh Pattons, who's the wagon driver. Okay, so those are the 3. All right. It goes down Tower Street. So Cannon Street goes down Tower Street at around 1:30 p.m. They see a disturbance or hear a disturbance. So they divert left on Mincing Lane down St. Dunstan's. We'll put this all on the map in a minute. St. Dunstan's Hill. Small road which cuts through the block of houses between Tower Street and Lower Thames. So small road cuts houses between Tower and Lower Thames. Okay, sensible decision. Halfway down St. Dunstan. Okay. So halfway down St. Dunstan Hill, 3 robbers arrive. They all have guns, 1 on each guard. So did they know there were going to be 3? Not clear. Okay. They direct them down Harp Lane, hence the title of our case. Direct them down alley, Harp Lane alley. People come, there's a robber blocking off people. Okay, then Michael fills in. He says, he was riding up front, Conrad at the back. So let's see. He says, Michael riding up front, Conrad at back, and then the other guy's in the middle. He could see a ruckus happening at East Chap. So when they say they saw disturbance, is he could see ruckus at East Cheap, whatever that is. So I cried out to the others, we should turn left and cut through Lower Thames. So it was their decision to cut through Lower Thames. We don't know if they had a different choice, though. We headed down St. Dunstan. We're partway down when I turned and saw, he turned back. He sees a man on the wagon by Hugh. He reaches for his gun. There's already someone there from the left. From his left. Looking back, looking to the back of the wagon, he sees a third man with Conrad. So they all three approach, get on them all at once. The wagon began to turn into a small lane. His gunman says he should go also. Once they're in the lane, they blindfolded them. They blew open the safe. Okay, then they could see them. He heard them running down the lane, which he thinks is odd because it's a dead end. Okay, and then a couple more people are mentioned here. He says he's newly appointed to the job. And then he says Mr. Golston doesn't, old Mr. Golston doesn't like him for the job. And then he's set to be married to Miss Vanelli. Don't think she's going to be involved, but it's possible she has a criminal ex-boyfriend who sees this as killing two birds with one stone. It sounds like, I think that's all. Okay. Let's see if we can make sense of this on the map before we read anything. So they start out off the map in East London on Cannon Street. And then if you look at the map here, let's take this off. Here's Tower Street, Lower Thames Road. So I think they're probably coming in from Cannon Street in East London. They go to Tower Street. So I think they might be coming from off the map here. Come into Tower Street. They see a disturbance at East Chap. Where is East Chap? There's Cannon Street. Okay, so Cannon Street turns into Tower Street. They come in. 1:30 p.m. they hit Tower Street. Okay, so there's East Cheap right here. It's the customs house. So they're coming down here. They see a disturbance at East Cheap at the customs house. And they turn left on Mincing Lane. Well, oh, there's Mincing Lane right here. So they come down here. How can they turn left on Mincing Lane if they're coming down Tower Street? Down St. Dunstan Hill. Where do you see St. Dunstan Hill? Unless this is talking about this being east. So they come down Cannon, they get to Tower, they get to... No, makes sense they'd be coming from here. So they see something at East Cheap, so they make a... I'll have to reread that if they really do make a left. Here's Mincing. And where is St. Dunstan's Hill? Directed down Harp Lane. Where's Harp Lane and Dunstan Hill? I wonder if it could be one of these unnamed places. Let's bring up the tablet and see if we can't annotate it better. All right. So assuming they're coming from off the map here. Do we know that for sure? Where's their address? It's their office in East London on Cannon Street. Let's look up Holder and Stevens and see if it really is off the map. Holder and Stevenson's is in EC. Okay, so that was a 69 EC. So we might have jumped the gun there thinking it was off the map. 69 EC is there. Okay, so they're not off the map. I just jumped to that conclusion by saying east of London. They were actually in East London. Okay. So here they are starting out at Cannon Street. They go down Cannon Street. Let's mark it with our thing. So they're starting out there. They come down Cannon Street. They see something happening at East Cheap. But wouldn't they have gotten past East Cheap if they're going down Mincing Lane? So they turn left on Mincing Lane. Let's get our thing. Let's make sure we understand that properly. Okay. The wagon makes its way down Tower Street. At 1:30 p.m., there were signs of its disturbance ahead. They took a left at Mincing Lane, down St. Dunstan's Hill, a small road which cuts through the block of houses between Tower Street and Lower Thames. Tower Street and Lower Thames would mean they go this way. So did they go like this? But then, how do we get Mincing? All right, let's read this again. We got to the junction with Mincing Lane and I could see a ruckus were happening at East Cheap. So we should turn left and cut through to Lower Thames. All right, there must be headed towards Holder and Stevenson's, not coming from it. From an office in East London. Okay, so, boy, okay, this must be frustrating. But, so we had it right the first time. They're headed here. This is where they're trying to go. But they're coming from off the map. They're coming down Tower Street. That's where they entered. They're coming down Tower Street. He sees something here at East Cheap. So he says, make a left. Cut through to Lower Thames. We headed down St. Dunstan, partway down. So What does that mean? Makes its way down Tower Street, 1:30 p.m. Signs of a disturbance ahead. So they took a diversion, turning left at Mincing Lane, down St. Dunstan's Hill, a small road which cuts through the block of houses between Tower and Lower Thames. Okay, so they must be cutting either through here or through here, and this is part of Mincing Lane, or through here, and this is part of Mincing Lane. So they cut through one of these before they get to Eastcheap, or even up here. They make a left at Mincing Lane, which is here, so it's a little confusing how they made a left, but obviously we must have to take this sort of. It's not clear whether Mincing Lane goes this way or Mincing Lane goes this way, but I guess if you want to say there, it's one of these three would be where Mincing Lane, we would have to assume, goes. Down left at Mincing Lane, down St. Dunstan's Hill, a small road which cuts through the block of houses. Halfway down St. Dunstan's Hill, 3 men were suddenly upon them. And then he says, the wagon began to turn into a small lane. I see. Jonathan says he saw something at the junction of Mincing Lane, not that he turned down it. Turning left at Mincing Lane. They took a diversion, turning left at Mincing Lane, down St. Dunstan's Hill. That's what the first guy says. We got to the second guy says, we got to the junction with Mincing Lane and I could see a ruckus at Eastcheap. So I cried out and said we should turn left and cut through. So they get to Mincing Lane. And then he says turn left. It must be this last one here then. That would be the logical thing. They come through. He says we got to Mincing Lane. We see the disturbance. They're coming from the right of our screen. They come in. They get to the junction with Mincing Lane. They see the disturbance at Eastcheap. And he says, turn left. So they turn left and they go here. And then I wonder if this isn't the dead end. Either they cut through here or they go here. But this is not a terrible way to think of it. Like this is the dead end here. They either cut through this building here, this 88. They either cut through the 88 or they cut through here. Anyway, St. Dunstan, that should be a street that we don't see labeled, but maybe it'll be clear to us later. Let's just see if we can do our best to figure out where Harp Lane is. We headed down St. Dunstan, partway down when he sees the people. Then the wagon began to turn into a small lane. Once we were in the lane, he kicked him off, tied him up, sound of them running down the lane. Well, okay. Maybe those details are not that important. we've got the basics. We all agree the map doesn't show Harp Lane. The details don't matter too much. We just know that they were eventually down some dead end. Either it was this way in the middle here or this way. Okay, good enough. And we know they were headed up to 69 here. Okay, fair enough. All right, next step, let us look through the newspaper for today. I say look through, but what I really mean is read the entire thing. And then we'll take a break and get started. It sounds like it's kind of, and I apologize for that long drawn out thing, but it sounds like we are going to have a real classic robbery to investigate here, which is kind of exciting. All right, here we go with our newspaper. August 29th. This case is brought to us on the 29th. So here's the paper the morning of. Births on the 27th of this month to the wife of Mr. Justin Stool, a daughter Margaret. On the 24th to the wife of Mr. Hardcastle of Brook Street, a daughter Wendy. On the 26th of August to the wife of Walter Oakes Freeman, the solicitor, a son. Marriages on the 26th, the Scottish National Church in London by the Reverend Peter Fowle, Oscar Kozinski to Edith Mary Baker. On the 29th of July at St. Peter's Church, 64 WC, Major W. Pollard. From the Bengal Lancers to Eleanor Elizabeth, second daughter of William Rogers, Esquire of Wadsworth Common. Deaths on the 22nd of this month, Mr. Arnold Bolton of 140 Regent Street in the 80th year. On the 28th of this month, Emmett John Carfax, Earl of Ruffton of smallpox, the sole survivor of his line being his son, Reuben Alva Carfax, and daughter Frances Carfax. On the 24th, Miss Pearl Stanbury of 85 Great Portland Street in the 60th year of her life. Anna says Kazicki, we know that name from the gang. I don't remember, it does sound familiar, but I don't remember exactly where. But where was, I've even gone past it now. Remind me what gang that was that we ran into. Entertainments, etc. Mr. Dashel's Carnival of Wonders continues to amaze and delight each evening at the Apollo Theater, 7 p.m. Dr. Hervig, purveyor of illusions, Miss Lonnie Merck, fire breather, and the world-renowned Amazing Aldo, escapologist extraordinaire. Tickets available from Ashdown and Parry's. Every night at the Olympia, the Dandy Fifth, an immediate success. The opera produced by Mr. A. Proetti. Doors open 7:30, commences at 8 o'clock. Harmonium recitals. Mr. B. Gilbert will hold his new recital on Saturday, June 8th. Parties admitted on presenting card at Crewer and Company, 124 Tredegar Road, where the recital takes place. A whole bunch of personals here. To Mr. Ian Silter of Hoxton, London, your wife died on 26 August. The family expect and wish you to return home. Interesting. T.S. 7, then 4, then 8. Q. We've seen in our other paper another item about T.S. Is it someone playing chess or something else? The Sailor's Reading Room, a refuge for fishermen and mariners, and the encouragement of Christian ideals at 15 EC. Thurston and Wilbur Undertakers, special attention given to embalming. Latest designs in caskets, linings, robes, and trimmings. Then what looks like possibly a whole code here. C910B. This looks like our code from our previous paper. C3. It's not the same code, but it looks like someone else leaving more codes. That's odd. Certainly A, except this has D's. That would be a fourth column, which we don't have here in this paper. Interesting. Okay, don't know what that is, but it looks like another code. Jarvis and Son Builders, all kinds of jobbing work punctually attended to. To let a spacious and well-lighted warehouse containing 5,000 feet of superficial floor space. What's superficial floor space? Fitted with lift and loopholes to support floors. Vault under street. Particulars. It's in EC. Vault under street. Is this our place? Where is 20 EC? 20 EC is right there. Pretty close to where all this is going on. I wonder, or if you put on the map, 20 EC is right here. Jarvis is one of the three guards. Conrad Jarvis. That is interesting. Okay, let's continue with our paper then. We got a lot of stuff in the paper that seems relevant. Looks like the top camera is a little dark to me. Let's see if I can make it a little brighter. Is that better? City investment to let a house and shop in vicinity of Liverpool Street Station. Lace of every kind, clean or mended. Old embroidery, old silk, brought or exchanged. Married couple with no family would adopt a healthy child. Nice country home. Terms, £10. Handling care of Keel's letter exchange. Okay. Gold heist in Harp Lane. Here's an article about our theft. On Wednesday, a delivery wagon carrying gold bullion for a city bank was waylaid by 3 masked men armed with guns as it made its way down St. Dunstan's Hill. The wagon was directed into Harp Lane, and a noise of excessive volume was audible for some streets around, which proved to be the detonation of explosive on the part of robbers to remove the wagon door. The sound brought many people to the scene who were deterred from the lane itself by one of the robbers brandishing a gun. Police have not yet named the bank on whose part the gold was being carried. Dock strike continues. Parade of strikers yesterday in the East area made its way from West India Dock to St. Catherine Dock and onto Mansell Street, where 2 dock company offices are located. Here it met with all other small parades from around the city, and a large gathering was formed and addressed by the strike leaders, including Mr. Ben Tillett, who restated the demands for a wage of $60 an hour and the abolishment of the plus system of payment. There were present, in addition to large numbers of dock laborers and stevedores, many coal whippers, ballast heavers, wharfingers, men, and others, all out on strike. But the remarks of all the speakers were addressed to the dockers alone. Although there were some disturbances and unpleasant occurrences around the city yesterday, on the whole, the strike gatherings continued to be well organized and peaceful. The dock strike has now entered its 3rd week, having begun on the 14th of this month, and it is the opinion of this reporter that it may still be some time before a resolution is agreed upon. The dock companies continuing to demonstrate a high level of stubbornness in dealing with the strikers, as has been the case throughout. But now we see lightermen, bargemen, cement workers, carmen, I think I might need my glasses. Carmen, ironworkers, and even factory girls are coming out. If it goes on much longer, all London will be on holiday. The great machine by which 5 millions of people are fed and clothed will come to a dead stop, And what is to be the end of it all? The proverbial small spark has kindled a great fire which threatens to envelop the whole metropolis. Prince of Wales. The Prince of Wales left Cowes in the royal yacht Osborne yesterday afternoon for a few days' cruise of the English Channel. The yacht will touch at Plymouth and is expected to visit Torquay. The Prince will probably return to Cowes at the end of the week. The Osborne arrived in Portland Harbor about 5 o'clock yesterday evening. A royal salute was fired from Weymouth. The weather. Scotland, westerly winds, light and fair. England, northwesterly winds, light, fair generally, but local showers tonight. Ireland, westerly or southwesterly winds, moderate, cloudy, some rain. Dock workers charged. 2 strike workers arrested on Monday have now been charged and their names released by Scotland Yard. 22-year-old Richard Groves was charged with assault and threatening 2 men. His colleague, Alfred Creamer, aged 49, was charged with intimidating several people. The strike leaders continue to impress upon the public that aggressive and violent individuals are not representative of the strikers, who on the whole are well-disciplined and peaceful body of men. So were these people hired to create a diversion, create a disturbance that would send the car the wrong way? We don't know. Docks are in the east area now. We can go there maybe. Looks like the strike could be, or fake strikers. That's what Anna says. That's what I was thinking as well. Like maybe these 2 people were hired to create fights, to create a disturbance. Parliamentary dispute over the children's charter. This is continuing from last week. Sir Augustus Cheadle, MP for Faversham, yesterday questioned the appropriateness of the newly introduced children charter for its intended purpose on a number of points. His primary objection was that the charter failed to cover circumstances in which an ill child was not appropriately cared for by their parents. He cited recent and historical incidents where this has occurred and led to the child's death. The charter, passed on the 26th of August this year, represented the introduction of the first parliamentary legislation designed specifically to protect the welfare of children. It includes the delineation of appropriate punishment for the ill treatment or neglect of children and restrictions on the employment of the same, such that they may not be made to beg on the streets, and it is forbidden to make any child under 10 years of age perform or sell items for profit. Boys under 14 and girls under 16 may not work between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. So as long as you're 11 years old, you can work till 10 p.m. If you're above 16, you can work through the night. The Times Register of Events in 1888 is now ready, containing the parliamentary, financial, and annual summaries for the year. The weather charts and reports of the Meteorological Council for each day, the diagrams and reports of the Kew Observatory for each week and month, a careful daily record of all events of public interest, foreign and domestic, and obituary notices of notable persons. Price 1 shilling. The Times may be purchased in Paris at 8 Rue des Capucines, in Brussels at 46 Rue de Madeleine, and in Rome at 1 Piazza di Spagna. This is the same address, 8 Rue de Capucines, that it was for sale in Adventures by Gaslight. Yet another connection between Dave Neal's box and Adventures by Gaslight. Foreign news. We have received the following through the Reuters agency. Slocum defends title, Rhode Island, August 28th. Tennis champion Mr. Henry Slocum has retained his title at the 8th National Tennis Championships in Newport, Rhode Island. Quincy Shaw defeated Oliver Campbell 1-6, 6-4, 6-3, 6-4 in the all-corners final of the men's single contest. Henry Slocum won the challenge round against Quincy Shaw 6-3, 6-1, 4-6, 6-2. Last year, reigning champion Mr. Richard Sears failed to defend his title when Mr. Slocum defeated him in the challenge round for his first championship win. Inventor dies, Massachusetts, August 24th. Jean Ernst Matzlinger, inventor of a machine which can produce up to 700 shoes in a day, has died at age 36 of tuberculosis in Lynn, Massachusetts. He was born in Dutch Guyana, son of Dutch engineer and an African slave woman. Belgium shipwreck, Brussels, August 26th. Belgian vessel, the Princess Emmanuel, ran aground and was wrecked at Benesaf Algeria on August 25th, resulting in the loss of 40 lives and a substantial cargo of silk and gold, the recovery of which is currently being attempted. Child drowned. An inquest was held on the 28th of this month before H. Garrow Esquire into the death of John Potch, aged 10 years. Sarah Wepper deposed that on Monday she saw a child's hand reach through a broken pane in the window of her shop and take some licorice, at which she shouted, "What are you doing?" and he ran. She stated it was John Potch, and it was between 4 and 5 p.m. He was later seen by a Mr. Arnold Frost heading towards Limehouse Dock. I think that's near us. I think I remember seeing Limehouse near our area. Mr. Frost called to John, who said he was running an errand. A body was discovered in the river at 7 p.m. Monday evening and was then identified as that of John Posh by his mother, Mattie Posh. There were no signs of violence on the body. The jury returned an open verdict of found drowned. That sounds like a case we might want to solve on our own before this one's over. To the editor of the Times, Sir, during this week I have witnessed the most open intimidation practiced by the men on strike, howling crowds going from dock to dock and warehouse to warehouse, stopping business and threatening vengeance on all who did not comply with their demands. Until now, there are thousands who are out who had no desire to strike but were compelled to do so. Those who dare to work for their wages are being brutally maltreated and threatened with worse if they dare attempt to work in defiance of the strikers' wishes. I saw several men severely injured today on Tower Hill, the blood being made to fly in all directions by gangs of strikers. What are the authorities for if not to protect peaceable citizens in earning an honest living? Yours sincerely, a lover of freedom. Curious mishap. On Tuesday, a unique and curious mishap, if it can be called such when done with the full intent of the injured party, befell a young man by the name of Tobias Clegg. It appears that while playing with other lads, Clegg undertook for a small wager to swallow 56 marbles. As of yesterday, the medical staff at Charing Cross Hospital had succeeded in extracting 43 of them. Now we've got a chess problem here. White to play and mate in 2 moves. That'll be a real chess problem if you wanted to try to solve it. Looking at this code here again. Okay, so that's our paper. Bunch of things near docks and stuff near us. A drowning kid that we might want to see if we can investigate. Mystery code. A warehouse with a vault under the street. That sounds quite appealing. We've got our driver, not our driver, one of the guards in the back looks like his father might run a builder place at 97 Bishopsgate, which is again in our area. '94, where's 97? '96, 97, that's where that is. Okay, so we got lots to investigate. Let us take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we will get started. Jonathan does say, though, however, I think based on Google Maps, the crime scene would be in 88. So Jonathan is saying he looked on the real maps of where the street might be. And Jonathan is saying it looks like it's probably this is our thing that happened. They turned down a lane between these 2 buildings rather than here. So let's do that the way Jonathan says. Something like that. They came. Okay, and then we've got some disturbance that happened here we might want to check out. And then we said that there was a place here mentioned in the news. And then the father worked up here. All right. Well, let us take our 8-minute break. We'll be back and we'll start the case properly. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're just getting started with Case 8, the heist in Harp Lane. We think we know where Harp Lane is, even though it's not explicitly on the map. It looks like they were coming from the right of your screen down Tower Street, planning to go to 69 here in the left. Saw a commotion around here, probably some stock work fighting, docker strike fighting, and maybe that was staged because this looks very well planned. They were here around 1:30 p.m. when three guys jumped on the wagon, diverted them down an alley here, and eventually down Harp Lane, which looked to be a one-way street. We don't know if it was through here or if actually it was here was a dead end. So we're in agreement that our first stop should be the scene of the crime 88 to see if that makes sense, if that was what happened. Maybe we'll check out 15 to make sure they didn't get all the way down to 15. And we think maybe they went underground or something after they blew up the safe. Anna points out that it's very suspicious that they were blindfolded, even though they were. Why did they blindfold the guards even if they had masks? Why wouldn't that be enough? Because they didn't want them to see their escape or something. All right, so let's start out by going to 88 EC. Where we think is closest to the scene of the crime. All right, here's 88 EC. Nice big entry. We turn off Tower Street onto St. Dunstan's Hill, and just over halfway down we find Harp Lane a little farther on the left. Constable Griggs greets us and explains that there will be two policemen stationed at the scene, one in Harp Lane and one on Lower Thames Street until tomorrow night. So that's exactly what we said. Harp Lane must be in here in 88 somewhere, and they said he's got a policeman here as well as in Harp Lane, wherever that is, in here somewhere. Okay. Just in case they come back for any reason, you see, he says. The lane is lined on each side with tall walls with no windows. The robbers were heard to run down the lane towards the house at the end, Griggs continues. And in the house we can see the route they took. We found a footprint on the other side by a door that opens onto Lower Thames. We better take a look in there then, says Wiggins. At the far end of the lane is a house with one door and a window. Although not immediately obvious, we see when we get close that the lock on the door of the house has been forced open. Probably with a crowbar, says Griggs, and it looks like it may have happened a while before the robbery, based on how dirty and weathered the broken section is. He points to the lock twisted forward from the body of the door, and the gap behind it is clearly grimy and weather-worn. They may have come here and been prepared their escape route, or someone else did it, hoping to find something of value inside. But the door leading out onto Lower Thames Street is the same. He leads us into a corridor where dust covers everything. Cobwebs hang from the ceilings and cling to the shattered glass of a gas lamp hanging from a hook. We pass open doors to the right and left, glancing into the rooms as we do so. Most of them are dirty and dilapidated. Although it's obviously been empty a while, Griggs continues, someone must be intending to move in or sell it. As you can see, the place is being renovated, but we haven't been able to find out who owns it. He points out a fireplace that's evidently new, and in a corner a heap of bricks slate tiles, and building material. He leads us into the room with the new fireplace and gestures towards it. A fire has been lit in there and was still going when we arrived on the scene. We assume this is where the robbers gathered prior to doing the job. We recovered various scraps from the fire. Looks like they were just burning anything they could find lying around to keep warm overnight. We nod and follow him back out of the room and onto a corridor leading to the exterior door that exits onto Lower Thames Street. We see that, as Griggs had informed us, it has at some point been forced open in the same way to the one on the Harp Lane side, though less dirt indicates it was done more recently. And here, says Griggs, bending down and pointing to the dirt near the bottom of the door, is the footprint. Can't see much of it now, but it was fairly clear when we found it soon after the burglary. A man's boot, size 11. This bloke must be a giant. Heavy tread like a work boot of some kind. We think 2 of them must have loaded the gold onto bags while the third watched the lane entrance. Then they each grabbed a bag and ran straight through the house and out here. He pulls open the door and we step through to find ourselves on Lower Thames Street. Constable Peterson, stationed to watch this side of the house, gives us a nod. A line of carriages is passing and crowds of people hurry by, ignoring us. Easy enough to slip out and just walk off unnoticed, remarks Wiggins. Constable Griggs nods. Especially as they only took some of the gold, 68 bars, I think. We tested the weight ourselves yesterday. It would have been quite heavy, but 3 men could have carried it in bags without drawing undue attention. We spoke to folks who had been on this street at the time, and they saw nothing suspicious. There was a beggar, an old, wild-looking fellow with one arm. He was sitting on the other side of the road, right opposite this door. He said he arrived there when the clock struck the hour and did not see anyone leave the house. I'm not sure how trustworthy he was, but if he was right, that means the robbers guided the wagon down the alley and were then out of this door with the gold within about 20 minutes, he sighed. They pull off the heist and just walk away. We watched the passers-by for a moment in silence before thanking him for his help and joining the passing crowds. Okay, so nice description of police work here. So going back to our thing, this is indeed the scene of what happened. They turned down Tower Street into a sort of lane between these buildings. It looks like a dead end. They tie up our guys and they run down deeper into the lane, which the guard people, blindfolded, think is odd because they think it's a dead end. But they go through a building, a little apartment that's there. A little apartment here. Oops. So they go through a little apartment here. Doesn't want me to be able to do it. Okay. They go through an apartment there, and the doors are broken in and broken out, and they end up on Thames Street. Now, we should read the description more closely because it's not clear. See if we can erase. One of these is erased. It's not clear what exactly they're saying about the how old the lock is and everything. I didn't quite follow that. Let's go back and take another look at it and see if we can't understand it. Okay, so robbers ran down the lane towards the house at the end. He says, and in this house, we can see the route they took. We found a footprint on the other side by a door that opens into Lower Thames that you can see. right there. Okay, that's the doorway through to Thames. Okay, he says it's got one door and a window. We see when we get close, the lock on the door of the house has been forced open, probably with a crowbar. It looks like it may have happened a while before the robbery, based on how dirty and weathered the broken section is. So that sounds like it's happened quite a while before the robbery. So the idea is that this door from this side here had been broken into quite a while ago. It's weathered. All right. And then the lock is twisted forward. Okay. They may have come here and prepared their escape route, or someone else did it. So if they really did come this way, which it seems like they probably had to, I don't know how else they could get out. They go to a corridor where dust covers everything. Cobwebs hang from the ceiling, cling to the shattered glass of a gas lamp. Doesn't sound like there's anyone been going through here. It's been empty for a while, but someone must be renovating it. So they find building materials and stuff, and then a fireplace that was lit. He says, we assume this is where the robbers gathered prior to the job, and they were just burning anything in the fire. Then they go down the corridor heading towards the exit to Lower Thames. As he pointed out, it has been forced open in the same way as the one on the Harp Lane side, though less dirt indicates it was done more recently. Okay. Then he says, look down to the dirt near the bottom of the door. It's the footprint. It's a size 11. So I'm just going to make my notes here. This is 88, scene of crime. We know entry, door, forced, exit, door, forced, fireplace, and then we've got size 11 boot. All right, what does he say? He says, a man's boot, size of 11, fairly clear when we found it soon after the burglary, so it has to be fresh. It would have been wiped away by weather. Heavy tread like a work boot. We think two of them must have loaded the gold into bags while the third watched the lane entrance. We're told one guy was watching the entrance to scare off people who tried to come. They each grabbed a bag, ran through the house out here. Easy enough to slip out. Then he says there was a beggar, one arm, sitting right on the other side of the road. That would be at 15. It says he arrived when the clock struck the hour. I'm assuming that means he arrived, he's not saying, but did he arrive at 2 p.m.? This guy is saying, I think the police are saying that. He said he arrived when the clock struck the hour, didn't see anyone. The cop says, I'm not sure how trustworthy that is, but if he's right, means the robbers guided the wagon down the alley at about 1:30. We're out of this door with the gold within 20 minutes. That would make them gone by 1:50, so that when this guy arrives at 2 p.m., he doesn't see them. Unless they stayed there overnight. Not overnight. The police presumably found this right away. Okay. Jonathan says, Anna says, no tricks involved, just went through the house. Kind of sounds like that. Jonathan says, do you think the door has been forced long enough before to rule out Paul and his fiancée? Has he just started the job too recently? Anna says maybe they threw their mask in the fireplace. Paul is the one coming to Sherlock, so I don't think he's involved. Gold bars plus bricks. Is there any way they could have hidden the gold in the fireplace? Plan on coming back. It's an interesting idea. Right, so it sounds like no tricks. This was just their planned escape route. Lots of possibilities. Lots of possibilities, though. Okay. I think I would like, since we're already at 88, we should go to 15 and see if anyone saw anything from across Thames Street. So let's do our thing though. Let's go to the top. So we started out at 88, which is there. Okay, now we're gonna go to 15. See if anyone saw anything from 15. Okay. At number 15, we find a building called the Sailor's Reading Room. It's currently closed, and a sign on the door states that it is open Sunday to Wednesday. Peering inside, we see a wide variety of maritime memorabilia, paintings, books, and newspapers. Okay. And I remember we came across a reading room. In our newspaper somewhere. The Sailor's Reading Room, a refuge for fishermen and mariners, and the encouragement of Christian ideals at 15 EC. Okay, so that place we just walked to was mentioned there. It might suggest that our beggar is an old sailor of some sort. Don't know why we would care, but okay. So 15 EC is the Maritime Reading Room. Nothing much. All right. Well, let's think. Where do we want to go next? Jonathan says maybe they hid the gold under the bricks. I think that was kind of what Anna was saying. Could they be... Oh, no, that was Jonathan continuing his thought. Okay, possibly, but... Possibly. Doesn't help. Oh, doesn't help us. I lost a little bit of lighting there. Doesn't really help us whether they left it there or not. Doesn't help us solve our case at the moment. All right. I think we should go to the company office. That seems like a natural next thing to do. And we said that was at 69. And we looked it up. Was it 69 or 63? It was the company's name is Holder and Stevenson Bank. Holder and Stevenson Bank are 69 EC. So let's go there. If we look at our map, it's right there. That's where the cart was headed towards. And then let's go talk to our drivers. Okay, 69 EC. At Holder and Stevenson Bank, we are shown into an office with a Mr. Chalice, the manager, a short, thin man, and Mr. Goldston, the chief accountant. That's the guy that our security guy thinks has it in for him. So let's write this down. 69 EC, which is the bank. We've got a Mr. Chalice and Mr. Goldston. Chief accountant, a taller, gaunt gentleman whose mouth turns down at the corners in such a way that his face seems set in an expression of perpetual sadness. They tell us Mr. Kennedy has asked them to cooperate fully in any way they can. Who at the bank would have known there would be no police with the wagon? Asks Wiggins. I imagine everyone, Chalice replies. Although officially only senior staff would know, the fact that we regularly have to forego police escorts is common knowledge, and with the dockers' strike in full force, but surely you cannot think anyone at the bank was involved. We don't know yet, says Wiggins. Has anything suspicious happened here recently? The two exchange a quick look. Then Golston speaks. Embezzlement, he says in a slow, deep voice. Embezzlement, he says in a slow, deep voice. Who was it? Asked Simpson. Miss Ruth Kaplan, an accountancy clerk, says Chalice. Mr. Kennedy was, until very recently, a senior clerk here. Around 3 months ago, he noticed some odd transactions which he brought to the attention of myself and the security manager at the time, Mr. Pheasant. We began to investigate the embezzlement, and a few days later, on 29 May, Miss Kaplan confessed. We dismissed her at once, of course, but did not press charges because there was no evidence other than the confession she had made to Mr. Pheasant, which she could simply retract, and we felt it best to preserve our bank's reputation. Besides, she had only embezzled a small sum, and she voluntarily returned the money. A few weeks later, Mr. Pheasant announced he was leaving the company, as he planned to travel to America. To be honest, I was glad, as the fact he had missed the signs of embezzlement that Mr. Kennedy spotted made me doubt his credentials as a security manager. I have since heard that his apparent incompetence was a common joke among our staff during drinks at ye old Cheshire Cheese. I wish I had known sooner. Apparently, he also made regular disrespectful comments regarding myself and our bank. We got a real good suspect here. And kept his own money with Drummond's, one of our rivals. Partly because his clerical work had always been without fault, but also because he had noticed the embezzlement, I decided to appoint Mr. Kennedy as the new security manager, despite his youth. He took up that post just over 2 weeks ago. The embezzlement may not have had any direct relation to the robbery, but it does illustrate that, unfortunately, our security situation has been somewhat remiss, and perhaps the robbers knew that. I hope the appointment of Kennedy will rectify things. Do you have any questions more pertinent to the robbery itself? Wiggins nods. Yeah. How much gold was the wagon carrying? Gold bullion in 230 bars, weighing in at over just 500 pounds. It was an average-sized delivery for a bank of our standing, though the robbers only took part of it. As the robbers left most of the gold, says Wiggins, does that mean it isn't a big deal for your bank? Mr. Golston guffaws. Any robbery of a bank is a big deal. He says, our business depends on our customers' ability to trust that their money is safe. Besides, 68 bars of gold still amounts to a small fortune. And what do you think of Mr. Kennedy? Wiggins asks Golston. I still have faith in Mr. Kennedy, Chalice says quickly. We ask Golston, and Chalice jumps in. I still have faith in Mr. Kennedy, Chalice says quickly. He has done everything he could have. Given the circumstances and his inexperience, I sense he thinks his situation is jeopardized, which I imagine is why he came to you. But unless, God forbid, this kind of thing becomes a regular occurrence, I do not think he needs to fear. We thank them both and leave. Circle the letter F. Okay. So we've got our items circled. Okay, circle F. All right, and we learned about some more people here. One of which seems really suspicious. A Mr. Pheasant, who was the old security guy. Right? Maybe he wants revenge, wants to make the guy look bad. And then we've got a woman, Ms. Kaplan, the embezzler. And then we're told that Mr. Pheasant drinks at the old Cheshire Cheese, where he says bad things. We might want to go there and see what he said. We're also told they only took some of the gold. What do you think that means? It's an interesting fact that they only took some of the gold. If they had insider knowledge about what was being moved and when, or they knew about how much gold is normally moved, wouldn't they normally bring a big enough crew to steal it all? Unless the point is to make them look bad and not really the money. But if you're going to go to all that trouble and risk of going to jail, you might as well take the money. Miss Ruth Kaplan. Okay. Well, that was very informative. We've got a bunch of different things to follow up. We might want to talk to the woman who got fired to see if she has inside information. If you're carrying bags of heavy gold, you're not going to want to be walking for long. So you might have to hop in a cab or get in a boat if you're down by the Thames. So we might want to look at the cab eventually, cab station. Let us look at our newspaper again. Let me remind ourselves what areas in the newspaper we want to check out. So we should talk to the drivers while it's still fresh in their mind, right? Let's look up and talk to the other drivers and the Conrad Jarvis's father's construction. See if that's his house, if he owns that place. So yes, let's talk to the other drivers while their memory is fresh. All right. So Conrad Jarvis is our other rider in back. Can always be an inside job. Let's see if Jarvis is in the directory. Jarvis Conrad, 54 East. Okay, so you'll remember this case says you can go to places in the east. So Jarvis lives off our map to the east. Let's see what he remembers. Conrad Jarvis lives in a small house. So remember, this is off the map. Conrad Jarvis lives in a small house on a narrow cobbled road. As we approach, two women, in appearance little more than beggars, come wandering over to us. Please, gentlemen, says one, who looks about 30 with bright blue eyes and a kind face. Please take a look at what Sal and I are selling. She pauses and looks to her companion, an older gray-haired woman who smiles but with no warmth. Lord knows Emma and I need the money, the older woman says. She holds out her arms to show us a pretty green dress, old sheets, and numerous kitchen items. Emma also leans towards us and shows us a tatty corset with some knitting needles. Sorry, but Wiggins pauses and is evidently moved by the pleading look in Emma's eyes. A few moments later, we find ourselves on the doorstep of number 54, clutching 2 pans, a corset, and a bent spoon. Simpson, lumbered with the corset, stands at the back with a sheepish look on his face. Conrad Jarvis is a tall, well-built man in his 30s, with neat black hair and fierce eyes. We can imagine, I'm going to start marking up this stuff. So Conrad Jarvis. Neat black hair. We can imagine he would be a good deterrent for a would-be thief, though on this occasion evidently not deterrent enough. We ask him to describe the events of yesterday. We took a diversion because of a disturbance on Eastcheap, he begins, and we'd just gone a short way down St. Dunstan's Hill, when I heard a noise behind me, and I look around and see 2 men running towards me fast. And I see they have their faces covered and are each holding something. Then I feel something against my side and look down to see another man holding a pistol up against me. I could feel the barrel of the gun against my side. He had his face covered too and told me to drop my gun and get down off my horse, so I do. And by this time the other 2 men have run past, one round each side of the wagon. The man next to me tells me to walk and lead the horse, and we follow the wagon into a side alley. He tied my feet and hands behind me, blindfolded me, then threw me on the ground. Where did these guys come from? All very quick, I think. Next thing I remember is the explosion, and then I heard footsteps running down the alley away from St. Dunstan. Strangely, because it didn't go anywhere from what I've been told. We lay there a while, and then there were shouts and police came and freed us. Too late to catch the blighters, though. He shakes his head, and then Tinker notices something on his hand. You have a cut on your left thumb, Mr. Jarvis. Was that from the robbery? What? Oh. He looks down at his hand. Yeah. It was just as we got into the side alley, I think, and the fellow with me was distracted just for a second talking to one of the others. I thought, here's my chance, and I made a move to disarm him, but he turned quickly and struck at me with something which caught me across the hand. Then his gun was under my chin and I could do nothing else. We thank him and make our way out. As we do, we notice on a side table an old ticket stub from July for the Carnival of Wonders, a number of cigar stubs, and a pamphlet about the dock strikes. So he's got a cut on left thumb. And he claims that he forgot. That's not something you forget, right? You don't forget that you tried to disarm someone. You don't forget a heroic action you took to disarm a bad guy. So this sounds like total lie. I made a move to disarm him, but he turned quickly and struck at me with something which caught me across the hand. Okay, and we notice Carnival of Wonders, which is in the paper, right? Carnival of the Wonders from July, which is last month. Cigar stubs and dock strike pamphlet. I don't believe you would forget that you tried to disarm one of the guys. Jonathan says, Carnival of Wonders is where the illusionist is. Yes, Jonathan just wants to go see the illusionist. He's very happy to have an excuse to do that. I don't think you forget trying to disarm a guy. Okay, let's find our other guard. Our other guard is Hugh Pattons. Although I didn't, my handwriting was not so good. Let's just find Hugh Pattons. Yes, okay. All right, let's look up Hugh Pattons. Hugh Pattons is 60 East. Okay, so this is going to be the driver. We make our way into East London and through Whitechapel. On the way to Hugh Patton's house, we notice that many groups of women are wandering the streets in this part of the city, apparently trying to sell a jumble of items with varying degrees of success. So this is a poor area where these guys live. They amble around in groups of 2 or 3, some with carts laden with objects, their faces betraying deep weariness and an air of desperation. We finally arrive at the small, light brick house that bears the number 60 and knock. The man who answers is in his mid-40s, thin, weather-beaten face. Okay. Hugh Pattons? Asks Wiggins, and the man nods. We're collecting information about the robbery on Harp Lane for Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective. You work for Holder and Stevenson as a delivery driver, yes? Yeah, I've worked for him for just over a year, Hugh replies in a rough, gravelly voice. I'm thinking you're gonna want me to describe what happened again. That'd be grand, says Patton. All right, so I was the driver of the wagon. Michael Darby was riding up front, Conrad Jarvis behind, all of us armed. If we have police with us, Michael and Conrad ride each side. But there were no police that day, so they decided front and back was a wiser arrangement. We got near Mincing Lane. There was some shouting and commotion. Michael says he can see a disturbance and suggests we go left down Dunstan Hill to go around it. We're going down Dunstan's a bit slower on account of the uneven cobbles, and suddenly I hear a sound, and I start to turn to my right and glimpse something gray, a scarf or something similar, sort of covering this man's face, who's climbed onto the right side of the wagon. Okay, so he's approached from the right. Is it suspicious that this is the direction this guy turned to avoid? Like, if you look at the map, right? Like, why not turn right? Like, if you turn left, I suppose maybe you don't want to avoid. If you turn right, you got to go all through this craziness here, I guess. Maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe he thinks wisely that this will give him a straight route over to the bank if they go left. But it's a dead end, and if he knows it's a dead end, it's a little unclear. Like, turning left does not seem like the smartest way to avoid trouble here. Maybe. All right, let's continue. We got near Mincing Lane, and there was some shouting and commotion. Michael says he see a disturbance and suggested we go left down St. Dunstan's Hill to go around it. We're going down St. Dunstan, a bit slower on account of the uneven cobbles, and suddenly I hear a sound, and I start to turn to my right and glimpse something gray, a scarf or some similar thing, covering this man's face, who's climbed up onto the right side of the wagon. So I shout out. Michael turns around, but the man's got me in a stranglehold and whispers in my ear, "That alley now, or you're dead." I thought for a moment, going for my gun, but I realized it would mean the end of me and maybe all of us. And I see Michael isn't going for his gun. He's staring to my right, and it seems that he too was shocked, and I turn the wagon left, and we enter this alley, and as we do, something is put over my eyes so I can't see anything, and my feet are tied and my hands tied behind me back. Then I could hear quick movement and whispering, then the explosion from the wagon being blown open. It was quite a noise, I tell you, deafening and ringing in my ears a while after it was. So I see and hear nothing else until a man in a police uniform lifts the blindfold from my eyes. Heard quick movement and whispering, then the explosion. See, Michael isn't going for his gun. He's staring to my right. This is just all suggesting that everyone came up from behind and to the right. Okay, not very useful. Michael Darby said that he was reaching for his gun. Was he lying or the driver is lying? I don't know. Michael said, did Michael say he was reaching for his gun? What does he say? 3 men were suddenly upon us. He says, we headed down St. Dunstan's, partway down when I turned and saw a man on the wagon by Hugh. I reached for my gun, but then saw another man with his face covered, was pointing a gun at me, so I froze. So I don't know. That doesn't sound like a contradiction by any of our guards. He's just saying, like, you know, he made a slight reach, or he was thinking about reaching. Then he sees the guy with the gun. So I wouldn't say that was contradictory to the... I wouldn't say any of them were really contradictory. The only one that's I'm a little suspicious about is Michael up front, who takes a left turn to get away from this activity, because it just seems like a left turn is... Well, I suppose it's a little unclear to us what the route between these buildings look like. Like, maybe there was a direct route through that we can't see, that he intended to go through, and it was only that the robber made him turn into the dead end one way that caused the trouble. All right. Well, we've talked to the drivers. We've talked to the bank owner. We've got a bunch more places we can go, though. In the introduction, he says, transfer of gold bullion reserves along the regular route from an office in East London to our central office in Cannon Street. So let me just look up banks. I want to make sure we can't go to the... Yeah, there's no other division of that bank in East London. Well, we've got a bunch of places we could go. We can go Jarvis's dad. Jonathan says, why don't we go to Jarvis's dad's renovation company? Anna says, I'm curious about the pheasant guy. Both of those sound good to me. All right, let's start with Jarvis's father's renovation company. That's in the paper. See if we can make a connection, especially since Conrad Jarvis is very suspicious to us. Okay, Jarvis and Son Builders, 97 Bishopsgate, EC. So let's take a look at where that is, 97 Bishopsgate. Did I mark it on the tablet? Yes, there it is next to Spitalfields. All right, so here it is on our top-down map, 97 EC. Let's see if they happen to own this building. Or anything else suspicious about Conrad Jarvis. That's a nice big entry. We find the manager, Ed Jarvis, in the workshop area, one of the builder's yard. He's a tall man in his 50s. Let's remember, we have 3 gunmen at least, right? We know there's 3 gunmen at least, 1 on each guard, at least. We find the manager, Ed Jarvis, in the workshop area, one of the builder's yard. He's a tall man in his 50s. Ed Jarvis, with the stained and tattered clothes of someone who spends most of his time engaged in labor. We say we are investigating a robbery at Holder and Stevenson and ask if he's related to Conrad, the guard. Conrad is my son. He worked here for a few years, but it was clear the work wasn't for him. He wanted something more exciting. As I recall, Garud saw the position of security agent advertised a couple years ago and pointed it out to him. I kept the company name as it was. He glances at the floor. He's my only son, and I live in the hope he'll come back someday when he's bored of watching other people's money. Who's Garud? Asks Wiggins. Garud Praxton, Conrad's mate, works here. Aha, I think we're on to the bad guys. Garud Paxton. Is this one of the accomplices? Could we speak to him? Shouldn't you be out looking for the robbers? He pauses, and it's apparent that Ed Jarvis is suddenly wondering what we're doing at his building yard. Talking to Garud will be a waste of your time. Well, says Wiggins, we think the robbers may have got some information here. Have you ever been asked to do some building work on a house at the end of Harp Lane, near Lower Thames Street? Ed's eyes narrow slightly. Then he walks over and looks in a drawer at the far left side of the workshop. I do remember something like that, he says, thumbing through some sheets of paper. Let me see here. Yeah, we did take a look at the place in Harp Lane and gave the client, a Colonel Dorking, an estimate for a full renovation. but he declined to take it further. From what I recall, he got estimates from different folks, so he must have gone with someone else. Colonel Dorking owns the house on Harp Lane. Thanks, says Wiggins. And has anything unusual happened here recently? Strangers talking to you or Garood, maybe? Asking odd questions? Ed looks us up and down. Only you fellas, he says. A small group of men walk into the workshop area carrying dark wooden beams coated with tar and begin tying them together with rope. Ed shouts, "Hey, Garood!" A thin, muscular Indian man with wild black hair looks up after putting down the beam. "Aye," he replies. Wild black hair. Is this going to be the beggar? Who's not really a beggar, but is a lookout? Is that what it was? "Aye," he replies. Anything odd happen here recently? Any strangers come and ask you about our business or about Conrad? Garood wanders over to us. "No," he says. "Although Conrad was here last Friday and he said there was a beggar hassling him on the way in." "Why?" Ed turns to us. "See? Nothing," he says. Garood looks at us for the first time. "What was the beggar hassling him about?" asks Wiggins. "Conrad said he wanted money or clothes, I think," replies Garood. "He was barefoot and in rags. Why are you gentlemen interested?" "We're investigating a robbery," Wiggins responds, "and we think the thieves may have got information from here." "I don't know what would have gotten here," Garood replies flatly. "Conrad never says much about his work." Wiggins utters a thank you, and we're just about to walk back onto the street when we see a line of work boots near the building yard gate. Wiggins stops, leans down, and picks one up to take a closer look. We see a line of work boots near the building yard gate. Wiggins stops, leans down, and picks one up to take a closer look. Suddenly, a small, stocky, blond man who's tying beams with Garood comes running over, shouting, "Oi, put that down!" Wiggins does so and is about to respond when the man continues, "Was it you last week? Were you here then?" "What do you mean last week?" asks Wiggins. "Just clear off now before I give you a black eye," growls the man. We decided it's best not to aggravate him and make a hasty exit, circle letter K. So I think I understand what that was. Does everyone agree someone stole work boots from here? And he's saying, "Were you the guy that stole those work boots?" Yeah. So it looks like Anna was thinking the same thing as me. Stolen work boots. And we know Conrad comes by here, so maybe Conrad came and stole work boots from here. Hired someone else. So we talked to Garood, wild-haired Indian. Jonathan points out, or Anna points out, that the beggar had one arm. Okay, so I guess our Indian guy is not our beggar, and that's a good catch. Jonathan says, "We don't know if Conrad knew about the house because he's not worked there for years, but his friend might have told him, and he was visiting here recently." Yes. I think maybe he was visiting and stole the boots. "Were you," let's see what he says, "was it you last week?" So last week, the boots were stolen. And is that when Conrad was back here? Conrad was here last Friday, yep. So Conrad was there last Friday, and someone stole a work boot last week. That's pretty suspicious. He said there was a beggar hassling him on the way in. Wonder what that's about. Oh, I see what it's saying. It is saying that the beggar was barefoot and in rags. So it's suggesting that maybe the beggar stole boots. Not clear, but let's circle that K before we forget. All right, so we can talk to the, let's follow this lead a little bit before we go to the pheasant guy. I think we should follow this Colonel Dorking lead and see what he can tell us about other people that may have known about the building, etc. Colonel Dorking is 3 Northwest. So let's go visit him, then we'll go back on our regularly scheduled plan. 3 Northwest. It's all the way up here. So this is the guy that owns the building where the robbers went through. The door is opened by a clean-shaven, middle-aged man with short blonde hair and a keen, piercing expression. "Colonel Dorking, I presume," says Wiggins, and the man nods. "We work for Sherlock Holmes, and we're investigating a crime. Do you own a house on Harp Lane?" "Yes, I say I do. Not been there in a long time, though. Has something happened to it?" "Well, nothing disastrous, but it appears to have been used as an escape route in a robbery." "Really? But nothing's damaged." "Well, the door on each side is broken open, but we think nothing apart from that." "Used for a crime? I say, goodness me. So does this mean the police are there at the moment?" "Yeah, they'll watch it until tomorrow night. You may want to get the doors fixed soon, though." Dorking nods. "At least it's a bit of excitement, isn't it? I say, that place has been sitting doing nothing for so long. My sister Christina tried living there with her husband for a short time last year, but the place is falling apart, so they didn't stay." "I see," says Wiggins. "And who are you using to do the renovation work?" Dorking pauses and frowns. "What do you mean? I'm not doing any renovation work." Wiggins stares at Dorking in surprise. "Well, I got a number of estimates for the job a couple of months back," Dorking continues, "but they were all more than I could afford. I say, why did you think I was having work done?" "Well, there are some building materials and a new fireplace." The Colonel shakes his head. "I say, that is most perplexing. I suppose I should go and take a look at the place." "This case gets stranger and stranger," comments Tinker as we leave. It sounds like maybe you guys were onto something about, like, the building materials being used to hide the gold, or are they digging down so they have some other escape? I might be time. Okay, so he's saying no construction work. So that means all the building materials were brought in there by the robbers for some reason. I think we should go look at the building with the 20 EC with vault under street. I want to go there and see. News warehouse to see if anyone has anything to tell us about a vault under the street. Mr. Joy is a balding man with a beard, spectacles, and a large greyhound on a lead. Dodger starts barking at the greyhound, and Daisy tells him to be quiet. He stops barking and begins to whine, his tail wagging furiously. "Hello, Mr. Joy," says Wiggins. "Could we have a gander at your warehouse?" Joy nods solemnly and leads us across the street. He opens a door with a key and shows us into a large warehouse, then unclips the lead and lets the greyhound free to run around the vast space, and Dodger runs after it. The warehouse is empty except for something covered by a sheet in the far corner. "What's that?" asks Wiggins, pointing to the mysterious object. "Storing things for a friend," replies Mr. Joy. "Are you interested in renting the warehouse or not?" I'm not sure," Wiggins replies. We all take a stroll around, and under the pretense of fetching Dodger, Daisy manages to peek under the sheet. We tell Mr. Joy we're not interested and head outside. "So what did you see?" asks Wiggins. "Just a load of crates stacked up," Daisy replies. "Not certain what was in them, but I think it was bottles of beer or wine." Okay. Well, that was not very useful, but let's mark it where it was. 20 EC. So that was a nearby building that had a vault under the street. Whoops. Why would you build a fireplace? Yeah, maybe, or you can't smelt down the gold. You don't have time for that. Why would you build a fireplace? Unless you're just beggars living there or something. Remember, the door was smashed open, could have been quite a while ago. So maybe there were people living there, squatting, unrelated to our robbers. Seems unlikely. Why would you build a fireplace? All right. So we've got, I think we should take a break. We'll come back. We'll decide where to go next. We do have a bunch of good candidates to talk to. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, and it's time to figure out where to go next. We were just discussing in the chat about this, what's going on in this house. And what were they using it for? Another theory is that this house was used as a staging planning area, so maybe we might want to go reread. In fact, let's do that now. Let's go reread what it says about those building materials and stuff. Let's take another look at this. Okay, the lane is lined on each side with tall walls and no windows. The robbers were heard to run down the lane towards the house at the end. And in the house, we can see the route they took. We found a footprint on the other side by a door that opens into the lower Thames. The far end of the lane is a house with one door and a window. Although not immediately obvious, we see when we get closer that the lock on the door of the house has been forced open. Probably with a crowbar. It may have happened a while before the robbery, based on how dirty and weather-worn it is. They may have come here and prepared their escape route. Or someone else did, hoping to find something of value. The door on the other side leading to Thames Street is the same. He leads us into a corridor where dust covers everything. Cobwebs hang from the ceiling and cling to the shattered glass of a gas lamp hanging from a hook. We pass open doors on the right and left, glancing into the rooms as we do. Most of them are dirty and dilapidated. It's obviously been empty a while, he continues. Someone must be intending to move in or sell it. As you can see, the place is being renovated, but we haven't been able to find out who owns it. And of course we did. He points to a fireplace that's evidently new. And in the corner, a heap of bricks, slate tiles, and building material. He leads us into the room with the new fireplace and gestures towards it. A fire had been lit in here and was still going when we arrived on the scene. We assume this is where the robbers gathered prior to doing the job. We recovered various scraps from the fire, so I do think the criminologist may have information for us. Looks like they were just burning anything they could find lying around to keep warm overnight. We nod and follow him back out of the room into a corridor leading to the exterior door. It's been forced open the same way to the one on the Harp Lane side, although less dirt indicates it was done more recently. And here is the footprint near the bottom of the door. Can't see much of it now. It was fairly clear when we found it. Boot size 11. He must be a giant. Heavy tread like a work boot. We think two of them must have loaded the gold into bags while the third watched the lane entrance. When they each grabbed a bag and ran straight through the house and out here. Both opened the door. We stepped through to find ourselves on Lower Thames Street. There's a constable there. A line of carriages is passing. So going to the carriage station, if Thames Street is where carriages go, they might have seen something, or these guys got in a cab. Easy enough to slip out and just walk off unnoticed. Especially as they only took some of the gold, 68 bars, I think. We tested the weight ourselves. It would have been quite heavy, but 3 men could have carried it in bags without drawing undue attention. We spoke to folks who had been on the street at the time. They saw nothing suspicious. There was a beggar, an old, wild-looking fellow with one arm. He was sitting on the other side of the road, right opposite the door. He arrived there when the clock struck the hour, did not see anyone leave the house. If that's true, they must have been out the door within 20 minutes and just walked away. Okay, Jonathan says, about the crowbar, while I think Conrad's story is suspicious, it's not beyond reasonable that one of the robbers had the crowbar when they went to rob it. Maybe thought they might need it. That Price and Bent could have cut Conrad with crowbar. That's an interesting idea. I do not see them having a crowbar. I suppose it's possible, though, to open it. But it looks like these doors were opened days earlier, though. So I don't see why we would want them have... They had this planned, so why they would have had those doors already broken open ahead of time. Let's go to the criminologist to talk to what was found in the fireplace. So our criminologist is H.R. Murray at 22 Southwest. All right, let's see what Murray says. 22 Southwest, let's mark it. Where is our 22 Southwest? You'd think we would know these things already. Okay, there's Murray, 22 Southwest. Let's see what he can tell us.
Wibbles, let's see, what can I tell you? The amount of dynamite used on the wagon was well calculated to deliver the right force to open the reinforced door, which it would have done in one quick blast. Over there are the items recovered from the fire in the empty house at 88 Lower Thames Street.
So they could have had the dynamite waiting for them in the house.
He points to a desk on which we see some charred fragments. It's hard to identify any of it, but it seems to be bits of cloth, leather, string, and a few chunks of wood. This knife, Murray holds up a small knife with a wooden handle, was found in a puddle halfway between the wagon and the empty house, so perhaps one of the robbers dropped it as they ran. Or perhaps it has nothing to do with the robbery. It was found in water, but I managed to find a tiny trace of something that is probably blood on the blade.
Did Conrad cut his finger with the knife?
The only other evidence we have is the material used to bind the guards.
He opens a box and pulls out some cloths.
3 large, rough gray cloths, probably domestic in origin, could be from curtains or sheets.
He lays 7 pieces of rope onto the table. Each piece is somewhere between 2 and 3 feet in length.
These were used to tie their hands and feet. The police cut the guards free, but I have mended the cuts they made, so what you see are the ropes in their original form. There are black marks on them which appear to have been made by a substance with an acrid, musty smell.
Why are there 7? Asks Wiggins.
Oh, yes, I've put it with the others, haven't I? One piece of rope was found at the side of the alley. This one. It's shorter than the others, but the same kind of rope. So it seems the robbers had spare rope with them. Expecting another guard, perhaps?
Oh, look at this. Murray turns
the extra piece of rope over in his hands, studying it. It is very similar to the other pieces, except one end is pressed and frayed, almost as if it's been chewed. Perhaps a dog has been at it. The greyhound in the warehouse? He pauses. He says, perhaps a dog has been at it. And the other end, he pauses, gazing intently at the other end of the rope, and then he grabs one of the other pieces of rope and studies that too. I hadn't noticed this until now. Most of the pieces of the rope have straight, clean cuts. But this extra piece and one of the others have an end that is roughly cut at an angle, suggesting they were cut with something different. We study the pieces of rope. We pick up different pieces and hold them at various angles, comparing the ends and exchanging knowing glances while waiting for someone to speak, until we realize that none of us has the faintest idea what any of it means. Thanks, Murray, says Wiggins as we make our way out. Okay, so we have the ropes, the knife with blood. All right, let's take a close look at this. Guess that's too close up. All right. So he says these were used to tie people's hands and feet. So hands, feet, hands, feet, hands, feet. Right. Used to tie feet, used to tie hands. Okay, so 3 people, 3 hands. 3 people, 3 hands. Cut ahead of time. Ready to be used. The rope was found somewhere that made them end up with black marks with acrid, musty smell. Maybe from some work site. Is that the blackening stuff or something else we don't know? Mold, I guess. Acrid, musty smell, maybe mold. Okay, so these 6 pieces of rope, all cut, it looks like ahead of time and planned. But then he says one piece is odd. This end was pressed and frayed as if chewed, like by a dog. And it looks like it was cut off from this piece. Roughly cut at an angle, as if from that caused blood on the nut, cut by that knife, and may have cut someone. Very interesting, huh? Let's reread that again. Okay, so charred fragments, bits of cloth, leather and string, and chunks of wood. So the charged items were chunks of wood, cloth, leather. Odd, okay. Then a knife found dropped. Tiny trace of something that is probably blood on the blade. Could be something else. Could be rust, could be something, but blood on the blade. Probably cut himself. Okay, so then he says, here are the ropes and claws. The claws are large gray cloths, domestic in origin, could be from curtains or sheets. It sounds like maybe this is what the women were selling in the streets in the east of London. That's what it sounds like to me. Okay, then he puts the rope on the table. Each piece is somewhere between 2 and 3 feet, used to tie hands and feet. The guards, when they freed them, cut them free, but he taped them together. Why are there 7? He says, I put it with the others. One piece of rope was found at the side of the alley. One rope, side of alley. Shorter than the others. Same kind of rope. Expecting another guard, perhaps, he says. And then he says, wait a second, I just noticed something. One end is pressed and frayed, almost as if it had been chewed. Perhaps a dog has been at it. Then he studies them. He says, most of the pieces of rope have straight, clean cuts, like from a scissors. This piece and one of the others have an end that's roughly cut at an angle, suggesting they were cut with something different. Kind of strange. So, if this piece of rope was cut on scene before, without being planned for, why would that be? Why would you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Why would you need 5 cut pieces of rope and then one more you had to cut differently? Strange. Jonathan says, I'll be Conrad's defense. Why would a knife being dropped work against him? Didn't he say one of the robbers had something sharp and cut him? So couldn't a robber have cut him with the knife, then dropped? First of all, I don't believe Conrad forgot that he tried to disarm someone. Second of all, why would the robber have a knife in his hand when he's got guns in his hand? And third of all, why would you get just like a nick on your finger from the guy? That's just weird. It seems more likely that Conrad was cutting this rope and cut himself. So, but my question is, however you think about it, why was this rope cut this way? It seems to me that this suggests that these pieces were all cut ahead of time, and then someone needed to cut one extra piece, which he took out his knife and cut. But why would that be? Strange. And where did they find it? At the side of the alley, this last piece. How would it get there? John says, wouldn't the idea be that there are 6 pieces of pre-cut rope and then you had to improvise and cut a 7th one? I would buy that. I think that makes logical sense. It's the fact that these are all, they look like they're the same length, makes me think that this one was cut to length. But because he says they're all 2 to 3 feet, between 2 to 3 feet in length. So kind of the way I was reading it is that like it looks like all the pre-cut ropes are 3 feet, and then we've got one spare one that's 2 feet, but it looks like these two cut here, so that would make this one originally 5 feet. So that's a little confusing to me. It doesn't, none of it makes sense. It doesn't make sense where it was found. It doesn't make sense that they'd have to... I like Jonathan's idea. Did they maybe have to tie up a dog that followed them? But wouldn't we have heard about the dog? Wouldn't we have heard about the dog? That's an interesting idea, though. Boy, that's very curious. Okay. Well, the ropes we're going to want to come look at again, I'm sure. All right, shall we try to look up the previous security guard? Because he seems like a good candidate for the mastermind of this thing. Mr. Pheasant was his name. Let's see if he's in the book. Mr. Pheasant, the old security guy, is not in the book. Is not in the white pages. Hmm. '69 EC. Let me just make sure I didn't write it down wrong. Mr. Pheasant. There's no Mr. Pheasant. All right, let's see if we find the woman, Miss Kaplan. Maybe she knows where that guy lives. Or she can tell us something about the dysfunction in this place. Ruth Kaplan, 18 East. And she lives in the bad neighborhood with the rest of it. Jonathan says, our Mr. Pheasant left for America, so makes sense that she would be gone. But Anna does remind us that Cheshire Cheese is where he often talked bad about the company, so we could go find out what he said there. So first let's visit, 18 East doesn't have it's off the map. All right, let's go see what the woman fired says. Fired for embezzlement. 18 East. We knock on the door with a very shiny gold knocker in the shape of a stag's head, and it's answered by a young lady with brown hair and a light smile on her lips. Miss Ruth Kaplan? Asks Wiggins, and she nods. We are investigating a case for Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and we are here to ask you about your work at Holder and Stevenson Bank and your
dismissal.
Ruth Kaplan's smile vanishes. I have nothing to say about my time with Holder and Stevenson. Sorry, she says and closes the door. We notice a neighbor watching us over the fence. I thought she was out of work, she whispers conspiratorially. Husband was a military man and was killed 2 years ago, leaving her with 2 little ones to clothe and feed on her own. She worked for a bank, I think, but stopped a few months back. Doesn't seem to have hurt her, though. She still seems to have all the money she needs.
She was being paid to take a fall, maybe.
She seems to have all the money she needs. Strange thing, 'tis. Aye, strange thing.
Did she tell you she was out of work? Asks Wiggins.
Oh no, she never deigns to speak to me about anything important. No, she does not. But she stopped going out each day, so I thought something had happened. And as I recall it, it was just after that little short gentleman came to see her one evening. So I thought maybe he came around to tell her not to come back to work. Strange thing.
Do you know who the short man was?
No, he was smartly dressed and carried a black case with him. Though I don't think he had it with him when he left. Strange thing. She hobbles into her house clutching a trowel and a freshly dug up plant. So she's still getting paid.
I think she took the fall for maybe Mr. Pheasant.
She's still getting paid by a short man with the black case that he left for her. Full of money? Smartly dressed. Does that match the description of any of the 2 people at the bank that we saw, or is it Mr. Pheasant? Let's look back at our bank. 65 EC, 69 EC. So we see Mr. Chalice, a short, thin man, and Mr. Goldston, the chief accountant, taller, gaunt gentleman. So is the short man Mr. Chalice? Mr. Chalice, a short, thin man. Who is Chalice? The manager of the bank. So Kennedy notices the embezzlement. He doesn't notice she's embezzling. He notices some odd transactions, which he brings to the attention of Mr. Chalice. They all begin embezzlement, and then Miss Kaplan confesses. We dismissed her. We didn't press charges. Then Mr. Pheasant leaves. I still have faith in Mr. Kennedy, Chalice says.
I'm suspicious of Chalice, you know.
Okay.
Let's keep following this up. Let's visit that place where that guy talked, and then let's see if maybe we can't knock on Chalice's door at home. See if he has a home address somewhere. All right, so the Cheshire cheese was at 34 EC, says Anna. Where did you find that, Anna? Because I don't see it in my directory here. It's always useful to see what might be missing from the directory. Where did you, in the ins, says Anne. If I look in ins, there's no ye old, that's what it is, ye old Cheshire cheese, 34 EC. So maybe if I looked under Y, we would also find it. Yes, okay, 34 EC, let's go visit that. So it makes sense that it would be near where their office was. That's where you would go. 34 EC. $38, $37, $36, $34. There it is. Okay. Okay, it says, do you have circled a letter F? Surely we do, because that's where we found out about this. We do have an F circled, so we get to read this. Ye old Cheshire cheese is down a narrow alley, and we make our way inside over the muddy doorsteps, peering about in the gloomy but spacious interior, wondering if anyone who works for Holder and Stevenson is present. After asking around, we managed to find one of the bank clerks, Reginald Fandu, playing billiards in the far corner. We join him and buy him a few drinks, gradually slipping some questions about the bank into our conversation. We learn that around 6 weeks ago, on the night before Kennedy's predecessor, Mr. Pheasant, left for America, he was drinking with Reginald in the pub. He was quite happy, Reginald tells us, and got a number of drinks down his gullet. He can drink a surprising amount for such a short fella. Okay, so 34 EC, we learned Mr. Pheasant is short. He can drink a surprising amount for such a short fella. I don't know where he puts it. I remember late on he says, "Hey Reggie, everyone talks on about what a genius Kennedy is for spotting those oddities in some of the accounts. Ha! He ain't so clever." I asked what he meant by that. He suddenly seemed to sober up slightly and didn't really answer, kept skirting around the issue. But later in the night, when he'd drunk a fair bit more, I got the impression he thought Kennedy hadn't uncovered the whole story. As if there were a lot more embezzlement going on. I remember the drink made him come across all smug and proud. He seemed to feel he'd come out of it all a winner in some way. Okay. Can I suggest there may not have actually been a robbery at all? That the bank manager was embezzling money, that the bank manager has paid off the woman and paid off Mr. Pheasant. Either Pheasant is involved in this robbery, or Pheasant got paid off also by the bank manager. And that's how he's come ahead. Okay, so Mr. Pheasant is happy. He got money from somewhere. So we were thinking that Pheasant may have been the real, he's the old security manager, got let off a couple weeks ago and supposedly went to America. And then the woman clerk takes the blame, says she embezzled a small amount of money. The manager tells us it was just a small amount of money, so we let her go, and then we let the security guy go for not discovering it. And we were thinking, well, maybe Pheasant really took the money and he sort of was paying off the woman to take the blame. But what if it's a much bigger embezzlement by the bank manager, and the bank manager has basically forced the woman to take the blame and forced Pheasant to take to leave, paid them both off, and now has staged a robbery to explain the missing money. So they blow the safe, but they don't actually have to take any money. It's just to explain where the money went. On the other hand, if you're going to go to all this trouble to rob a delivery with explosives to blow open the wagon, why not actually take the money? Like, if you're going to go to all that trouble, why go to it and not actually rob it? Jonathan reminds us that this guy Pheasant didn't believe in the Whoa, were there no gunmen at all? Is that what we're talking about here? That there were no robbers? That they tied themselves up somehow? Is that what's happened here? That there are no robbers at all? That would be an interesting theory. That would explain why you don't actually rob the stagecoach, because that's much too complicated. Then you need more people, more robbers. But if you're just trying to make it look like there was a robbery, you'd have to get all three of your drivers to be involved, though. Interesting. That's a lot of people to pay off. Interesting. Okay, Jonathan says, let's check the other banks where this guy said Pheasants was storing his money. Mr. Pheasant drinks at the old Cheshire. They only took some of the gold. I didn't write down where did they tell us the bank he used to put his money, or just that he put it at a different bank? Mr. Pheasant. Apparently he said some bad things. He kept his own money with Drummond's, one of our rivals. Maybe we can get his bank account and see how much money he's got. Anna says, there were witnesses who said they saw an armed gunman. That's true, but that could be one of the drivers. Right? 3 drivers. So one of them gets out, puts the cloth on his face, and holds people back. So yes, you're right. But one of the armed gunmen, no one saw gunmen approach the cab. Isn't that a little odd? Think about it. No witness saw a gunman jump up and force the cab to change direction. They only see the gunman after the explosion, keeping people back. I think these three guys staged this whole thing. There were no robbers. But how do they tie themselves up? Do they need a third person? It's an interesting idea. All right, let's find the bank that this guy goes to. Let's see if we can find him with money. Find his bank account, see how often he's getting paid. Drummond's 26WC. (26WC) says, do you have a circled F? Which we do. If not, you learn nothing. Otherwise, we explain we work for Sherlock Holmes and would like to know about Mr. Pheasant. The clerk seems unsure, but then she says, well, as Mr. Pheasant's account is closed and he is no longer in the country, I suppose I can give you some information. What do you need to know? What were his banking habits like? Did he have money problems? No, not at all. He seems to have received regular pay rises from his employer. Or perhaps he made some canny investments. In any case, his income increased steadily from the autumn of 1888 right up until he left England. I see. And was there anything unusual about his account? Any odd withdrawals or the like? Not as a rule, although he made one large withdrawal of £300 on 28th of May. Thank you for your help. So Mr. Pheasant withdrew £300 on May 28th. Does that comport with when he delivered it to the woman, Ruth Kaplan? I think so. I think that will, although that's May, but I do think that makes sense. I think that probably matches when they fired the woman or around there. We might want to check it out. Anna says, so one of the guards, Jarvis, was tying up the other two, then himself with a longer rope, then cut the rest with the knife, cutting his thumb in the process. Possibly. I don't know why you'd need to cut the rope after you tied yourself up. Cuts the longer part off so it looks like it was tied close. Certainly possible. All right, we might want to check the dates to make sure we know where that £300 went, but we can worry about that later. What about is it that the carnival was how you learned to get out of tie yourself in your own rope or something? Or they're sailors, so they need to do that. Shall we, let's think about for a second, if we follow up this theory of mine, that there were no robbers, does the burning of the stuff make sense? How do you... So they blow up the safe. They blow the door open. What are they burning in the fireplace to get rid of? They're burning up the... They're burning up the claws that they... The gunman that's holding people back, he has to eventually run away, burn his mask, then come tie himself up. Wouldn't people see it by then? I guess either way, they have to run away eventually. All right, so following up on this theory that maybe it's time to visit the carnival escapist, let's do that. So where was it in our paper where we saw the entertainments? Carnival of Wonders, which we found a brochure from in the guy's house. Tickets available from Ashdown and Parry's at the Apollo Theater. So we might want to check both of these places, one where you would have gotten tickets and one where the performance is. And then we've got this person, Dr. Hervig, purveyor of illusions, and amazing Aldo, escapologist. Okay. So let's go to this place first, directly at the Apollo Theater. Jonathan has a good point, which I think now makes some sense. If they stole the physical gold and they are the robbers, or even if just one of them is a robber, it would now make sense that they would hide it in that building and then tie themselves up. Then they don't have to escape with it. I do think that now becomes a little more appealing. If you're going to stage the robbery yourself, you can't escape with the gold because you have to be found tied up. So there's no escaping. So therefore, if you do want to rob it, you have to stash it in that house. I think that makes some sense now. I think that's starting to click into place. We were saying, when we had this theory about why would they stash it in the house, we were saying you might as well escape with it. It's more convenient to escape with it. Why complicate the thing? But if you're not escaping because you're going to be tied up, that is explaining why you would plant it in the house. I think that makes sense now. Okay, let's find the Apollo Theater. 19 Northwest. That's a good point, Jonathan. Okay, 19 Northwest. We wander into the Apollo Theater to see a young woman in bright sequined clothes holding a flaming stick to her mouth and sending a stream of fire into the air. A tall, muscular man approaches us, dressed in red and blue, holding a rope and a chain in his right hand. "We're not open," he says. "We practice now. Please, you come later." "You must be Amazing Aldo,"
says Wiggins with a grin, and the man smiles, apparently pleased to be recognized. We're investigating a robbery, Wiggins continues, for Sir Sherlock Holmes. Aldo's eyes widen, and it is evident he recognized the detective's name. I see you use rope in your act. Does it ever get marked with anything black? Aldo looks down at the rope in his hands. Black? No. I am tied and I escape. No black, I think. Ah, well, says Wiggins, it was worth a try. Before you go, I show you, says Aldo. Watch, watch him tie his own hands. He drops the chain and takes the rope in his hands, loops it around his wrists very quickly, then takes one end in his mouth and pulls, tightening the rope around his wrists to tie them together. He holds out his hands. Feel, he says. It is secure, yes? Wiggins reaches forward and tests the rope around Aldo's wrists. He tries to get it loose but fails. It is clearly tied very strong and fast. Aldo drops his hand and looks us all in the eye. Tied very tight, yes? He says, and then laughs, lifting his hands up again and spreading them wide, showing us. He now holds the rope loose, dangling in one hand. We applaud. Come tonight, see much more, Aldo says. I ask you to tie me yourself, rope or chain, and I will escape. We say we will come if we can and make our way out. Anna says, Jarvis chewed the rope, not a dog. That's right. I think maybe he pulled it in his teeth to tie it tight. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're on to this here. Okay, so in that encounter, we just saw a little hint about you could tie yourself in a knot. And we know our guy, Jarvis, went to this performance and saw it. So maybe that's where he got the idea that he could tie himself in a knot. I think that, Anna, that makes sense. That's what the chewed part was. It makes sense at the end. He was tying it. That's why you have to cut it too. Like he's tying it because he has to pull his hands tight. So he needs that extra rope. I don't know why you wouldn't just leave it lying there though. Okay, now I did think maybe it was worth going to where you could buy tickets at Ashdown and Parry's just to see if, I wonder if that would just be a reminder that our other guy had bought tickets to it. I'm not sure this is important, but I'm just gonna look up this Ashdown and see if there's an entry for it. I don't see an entry, so it's not important. Okay, well, we still got a bunch more places we want to visit. So we talked to Michael because Michael came in, right? Michael Darby. What if can we go by Michael Darby's house? Let's go by Michael Darby's house. Let's see if we can look up Michael Darby and talk to him separately again. See if he gives up any information. Michael Darby, 47E, lives in that neighborhood with the rest of them, the rest of those crooks. 47E, Michael Darby. Let's see what Michael Darby or his family have to say for themselves.
Says there's no one home at number 47. What about the bank manager going to his home? Jonathan says, do you guys think there's a big conspiracy to hide embezzled funds or just these guards acting on their own? Well, something's going on with the bank. It's either Pheasant involved or the bank manager. I tend to think it's the bank manager too, but I couldn't swear on it. Let's try to visit the bank manager. Let's try to visit both of these guys at who work at the bank on their own, Chalice and Goldston. Let's try to visit them. Chalice and Goldston. Well, I don't see an entry for Chalice, unfortunately. Let's see, Goldston. He didn't have much to say when we went to talk to him at the bank. There's no entry for him in the book either. That's unfortunate. So here's an idea, just for the hell of it. What if we went to 89 and see if anyone at 89 saw anything? And then we should track down what this diversion was to see if they were hired to put up to create a diversion. I'm going to go to 89 EC just to see if they might have a witness there. Okay, there is an entry for 89. It's short though. Let's see what it says. The robbery yesterday afternoon? Well, I was at my mangle at the time, but suddenly I heard this almighty bang, which must have been the dynamite going off. My ears were ringing with the sound of it. I went out my door and could see some groups of curious people heading cautiously down St. Dunstan's Hill, but I thought better than to join them and went back to my mangle. What's a mangle? M-A-N-G-L-E. All right, so 89, he did hear something, but didn't go down there. Let's see what's at East Cheap, where the disturbance was. Was there really a disturbance, or did he just go on his own? We asked around in Customs House and various pubs and shops, trying to find out about the disturbance on the street yesterday. A few people say they think it was connected to the dock strikes, but don't recall many details, except there was a fight between some men. Eventually, a short, rotund lady from a fruit stall tells us she saw the whole thing, and recounts how a big, bald man was shouting at another man, saying the dockers had no right to strike and they were just lazy and greedy, and the other man, who must have been a docker, swung a punch. The bald man struck back and fighting began. There was soon a crowd and it screamed for one camp or the other, then it ended as fast as it started. So let us make a note, 19 EC, fight disturbance. Big bald man. Okay, now in our newspaper,
2 dock strikers arrested in Monday. Well, that was arrested Monday. Charged with assault. His colleague, Alfred Screamer, age 49, was charged with intimidating. Have now been charged. Let me see here. Jonathan says, I read the pheasant differently. I read that the pheasant had actually been embezzling a little at a time for years, so eventually he got noticed, so he bribed Ruth with a little of his funds to take the fall. He got away with the rest. That's completely feasible. Either one is completely feasible. Both stories are consistent. Either pheasant is doing the embezzling, or pheasant knows about the owners doing the embezzling and got paid off. Let's not forget to investigate this dead child, too. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll go through our notes and we'll decide where we want to go next. So I'll see you in 8 minutes.
We're back here watching Caught for Two. We're deep into case 8, and we're having some heated discussions in the chat here about Jonathan is saying, isn't it more likely that it's Golston in the bank that's involved in this rather than Chalice? And I was reminding Jonathan that the reason we suspected Chalice is because he's a short man, and we know a short man delivered money to Ruth Kaplan, who got fired. But I'll remind Anna that we don't know whether it was Pheasant, the other short man, delivering her the payoff money. So it could be Pheasant all along who's organizing it. Could be one of the bank managers or both of them. We don't know. I made a list here. As you know, we normally keep a list of things we want to not forget to do. So I just put on my to-do list, find where the black on the rope came from. Jonathan was saying, well, is it maybe from the fire? But then I was reminding you that the description of the black marks on the rope is that they're acrid, musty smelling. And I think if you've ever been had your clothes near a fireplace or smoke, it smells like smoke. It smells like smoke. And I don't think that's what we're talking about here. Jonathan says, Pheasant was short. He could have been the one delivering the money. Absolutely. He says, I'm really on Golston. I am non-committal about whether it was Golston or Chalice, or neither. I don't know. One of the interesting things that I've learned from playing Crack the Case is that it's all well and good to come up with theories, but sometimes there's just too many. And the better thing to do is ask yourself, what question could you ask to help you resolve it? And in our case here, what we could ask ourselves is, what would we want to see? What information, where could we go to help us resolve whether one of these bank members were involved? Could we find a connection between them and the people? Now, who brings us this case? Kennedy, who we completely trust, and he comes in with Michael Darby. If our theory is that all 3 robbers were involved, and it seems hard to imagine, our current theory is they did it to themselves, and you basically have to have them all involved in it, right? That theory says they all tied themselves up. You can't have, they all have to be lying. They all have to be in on it. If just one of them was in on it, then this doesn't make sense. So the question is, I'm the newly appointed guy, Holder and Stevenson, the youngest man who's ever given the post. Now my detractors, especially rigid old Mr. Golston, have fresh ammunition with which to attack me. I don't think it's Golston. I still believe that Golston. I was just looking for Golston again. I don't see him. The fact that he doesn't want Kennedy there, well, I don't know now. Now I don't know. Anna says, let's go to the docks rope strike. We do want to investigate more about what's going in the docks and find out. I want to find out if this was all planned, diverting into this alley. That means they had to arrange the diversion at this location. So I am very interested in finding who arranged this fight at East Cheap. We went to East Cheap. We didn't learn much there. I'm going to reread that. Then we're going to go to the docks. We are going to go to the docks. I just want to see what that East Cheap thing was again. The Customs House, various pubs and shops. People don't remember it. They know it's a fight. Fruit stand, a big bald man shouting at another man. A crowd. Okay.
And we know in the paper we've got a fight, and we've got the names of people. Richard Groves. Just going to write in the news on the fight. It was on Monday though, so but I'm just going to write it down. Richard Groves, Alfred Kramer. Doc fighters, in case that's another way to track down what's going on here. Okay, so Jonathan Warner says, Jarvis had a dock worker flyers though, right? Yes. Maybe that said they were going to be a rally there on that day. That's a good point, Jonathan. Let's go reread what we saw at Jarvis's place. Jarvis seems like the ringleader here. '97 EC. No, 97 EC was the father who hopes the son will come back. Did we ever look up Gerard, the friend? 54E was Jarvis. Just gonna write down on my thing. Do we look up Gerard, the friend? Let's reread what Jarvis. Also, let's remember to check previous newspapers, which we haven't done on this case at all. Okay, so this is Jarvis's place, who we think is maybe the leader of this. He's got a small house, narrow cobbled road. 2 women are trying to sell his stuff. Notice that in his neighborhood, people are trying to sell cloths, and we find in the fireplace some cloths that look like they're from curtains. So it makes sense maybe that he got the curtains from one of these people, women in his neighborhood. So we buy some stuff. Comrade Jarvis is tall, well-built man in his 30s, neat black hair, fierce eyes. He would be a good deterrent to a would-be thief. He says, we took a diversion because of a disturbance on East Cheap. I hear a noise behind me. I look around. I see 2 men running towards me, fast. I see their faces covered, each holding something. I feel something against my side. Look down to see another man holding a pistol. Face was covered too. I told me to drop my gun and get down off my horse. I do. 2 men have run past. 1 on each side of the wagon. Tells me to get down and walk. All very quick. Ties my hand and feet. Blindfold. Threw me to the ground. The explosion goes off. Then I heard footsteps running down the alley away. Strange, because I didn't think it was thought it was a dead end. You have a cut on your left thumb. And he goes, what? He looks down. He says, oh yeah. Just as we got, the fellow who was with me got distracted, talking to others. I thought, here's my chance. I made a move to disarm him. He turned quickly and struck at me with something which caught me across the hand. On his way out, we noticed on a side table an old ticket stub from July for the carnival, a number of cigar stubs. Does it mean we should be visiting cigar houses? And a pamphlet about the dock strikes. It's just a pamphlet about the dock strikes. I think they would have had to organize this diversion if this was their plan. Unless we see a paper that says there was going to be something at this location, then wouldn't they have to organize it? What about in the previous newspaper? Is it possible that they organized the strike there? Let's see. Let's look at our current dock strike. Entered its 3rd week. I mean, maybe there's always something going on there, but... Parade of strikers yesterday in the east area made its way from the West India Dock to St. Catherine Dock and onto Marsnell Street, where 2 dock company offices are located. Here it met with other smaller parades from around the city. Ben Tillett, who restated the demands. Address to the dockers. The dock strike has entered its 3rd week. West India Dock to St. Catherine Dock and on to Mansell Street, where the 2 dock companies are. All right, so we're going to go visit them. I wonder if, I'm just looking at previous papers, if there's anything for us to care about. Could the cigar ash be the rope mark? I think it's more likely to come from the docks. Yeah, I don't think smoke smells musty and acrid, although it's a little bit ambiguous. All right, let's look at our dock things. I think it's more likely to be... Well, I don't know. I mean, tar doesn't smell musty. Docks. Well, let's look at the West India Docks in St. Catharines. Oh, they're all east. They're all 97, 93 east. All right, let's try going to some of these dock places. They're all in the east. So I'm just going to write down docks. We've got 93 east, 95 east, 97 east, 98 east, 94 east. So all of the 90 east. So let's look up all the 90 east. Let's visit all the docks and see if maybe they know. They do seem to use tar. I think it's plausible that it's from the docks. So let's go to our 90 east. Okay, so St. Catherine Dock 93. This is one of the ones that was mentioned in the paper as going for this meeting. The newspaper article has about them all converging. At St. Catherine Dock, we find large crowds of men forming picket lines, preventing access to the dock itself. The air is full of noise and chatter from the men and the occasional cawing of a gull circling above. As we approach, one man steps forward and asks our business. "The march yesterday came through this dock, didn't?" asks Wiggins. The man nods. "Yes, it came from West India and through here. Did it go anywhere near Eastcheap?" Good, he's thinking like me. What happened at Eastcheap that caused this disturbance? He frowns, then replies, "No." "Thank you, my friend," Wiggins grins. "We're just interested in the strikes and the plight of the dockers, trying to find ways to help, you see." "I see," he nods in a comradely fashion. "Maybe you should try West India then. That's where most of the strike leaders are at present. Or you're welcome to join us here on the line. We can always use more." He gestures towards the picket line, but Wiggins declines politely. We nod our thanks to him and walk away. All right. More docks. 96E. Normally the Limehouse docks areas would be alive with the shouts of dockers and the orders from wharfingers, the hauling of cargo from the boats, and the creak of ships coming back into dock, but now we find it quiet and ghostly. Few ships are moored and bob gently on the water, and an occasional rat scurries past the cobbles. We wander along by the boats, some of them laden with cargo and still waiting to be unloaded, guarded by a few members of surly-looking crew who watch us pass. Then Simpson stops near the door of a warehouse to pick something up. "Ah," he says, dropping it again. "I thought it was a cigar, but it's just an old stick of licorice." "What's that?" asks Wiggins, pointing to something else. We all lean forward to look and see a painted mark, still wet, on the wall near the warehouse door, a straight vertical line with a barrel shape on top. "No idea," says Simpson.
I thought it was a cigar, but it's an old stick of licorice. Is that what the rope is? Is it the Anna says the old boy was stealing licorice, and the old boy said he was on an errand. I think now we have to pursue that. I think that kid could be connected to our case. Is that possible? That's very interesting. All right, let's write down here. Let's write down 96E says licorice looks like cigar. And then we have this mysterious, it's a painted mark still wet on the wall. Painted mark on wall. Vertical line with barrel. Vertical line with barrel shape. Weird. All right, let's continue. As we approach West India docks, we see a large gathering of men ahead and realize it's a picket line blocking our way onto the dock itself. Hundreds, maybe thousands of men are gathered, some singing or shouting, waving flags and banners, apparently jubilant despite the fact that strikes are now in their third week and with, it seems, no end in sight. We approach one of the men in the line, asking about the strike, and he gestures towards a man of around 30 standing nearby and says, "Talk to Mr. Tillett." This is the person that was mentioned in the newspaper at this strike event. Ben Tillett is clean-shaven with a chiseled angular face topped by short, well-groomed dark hair. We introduce ourselves and say we're investigating a robbery which could have a connection with the strikes, and ask Ben if he knows of any disturbance that happened at Eastcheap yesterday. "Well, I don't know if I can be of any help in catching any robbers," he replies in a tone that is friendly but firm, and we can immediately sense how he has managed to garner the support of thousands of men. "There are always disturbances when we have our meetings, but we've kept this strike peaceful and well organized. The people of this city are on our side, and we mean to keep it that way. I didn't hear of anything on Eastcheap, but there may have been. It isn't down to me how each man in the city keeps his time or his temper." "Are the dockers angry, Mr. Tillett?" "Ha! Angry? Yeah. We've had enough, and this is the result of it. Do you know what it is like to be a docker seeking work?" Do you know what it's like to be a docker seeking work? I guess it's continuing here. "Do you know what it is like to be a docker seeking work, Mr. Wiggins? We are driven into a shed, and iron barred from end to end, and a foreman walks up and down with the air of a dealer in a cattle market, picking and choosing from the men who, in their eagerness to obtain employment, trample each other underfoot and fight like beasts for the chances of a day's work. And even when the work is given, the pay is not enough." He shakes his head ruefully. "We will see this through, I'm sure. It is true that many families are now going hungry, but the companies will give in the end. They are realizing what they're up against. I reckon we have 16,000 picketers on now around the city, divided and subdivided with military precision. From the beginning, we knew we were in for the long haul. His pride in what he's achieved with the strikes is clear. So apart from the strikers, who are mostly peaceful," says Wiggins, keen to agree with Tillett to keep him on side, "do you know of any dockers who may be of a more criminal persuasion, gangs or such like?" "Well, there are the Crows, of course," Tillett says, "who are led by Ben Bindle. Big, ugly-looking fellow with tattoos from his toes to his eyebrows. They took their name from the crow's nest, you know, the barrel or platform on a mast that's used as a lookout point on ships." Is that what that sign was? That's the Crow sign. "Had a headquarters in an old warehouse in the northeast of the city.
But I think they moved on when the law caught onto it. Last time I heard about them was when they raided a cargo of Oriental outfits near the Limehouse docks. But it was some time ago already. Someone calls over to Ben and he nods a farewell to us, heading over to a large wagon topped with men waving flags and a banner that reads, "In the fuss, cut the plus, the dockers tanners give to us." There's just an illustration of bags of gold. It's a kind of weird. That's the cloths and the bags of gold. Like, I don't know why that's here on this page. So those were all the docs. Okay, so he did give us the name of someone to check out, though. He says Ben Bindle of the Crows. I'm interested in pursuing this lead because I feel like someone had to be hired to create a diversion. But I wonder if it's the boy stealing licorice. Let's pursue this a little bit. Inquest held on the 28th. On Monday, she saw a child's hand reach beneath the broken pane. So on Monday, this kid... He was later seen by Mr. Arnold heading towards Limehouse Dock. That was just mentioned. All right, let's pursue this a little bit. So the newspaper about the child drowned, we're going to want to pursue this anyway. I do think we have to find out what happened. Two dock company offices are located. I mean, we keep asking about what was going on at this customs house. It feels like we do want to figure that out, but okay, let's pursue this child thing for a little bit. So we've got lawyer Carol, John Potch, and then Sarah Wepper. Broken window of her shop with licorice. He was later seen by Mr. Arnold Frost heading towards Limehouse Dock. All right, let's see if we can find some of these people. Let's look for the family first. Potch. There's no Potch. That's this kid that got drowned. You can't even look up his family. P-O-C-H. Okay, let's see if we can find some of the witnesses here. We've got a Wepper. Nope, she's not in the paper. How about Arnold Frost? It's starting to look like a red herring here. No Frost. So far, it doesn't look like any of the people involved in this story can be looked up. And lastly, the lawyer can't be looked up either. Okay.
Jonathan says, it's worth pursuing, but we might have already solved it. The boy might just have stumbled onto the crow's meeting place. Maybe they just chased him and he somehow fell into the water and drowned. I think you have a good point. Is it possible he stumbled into their secret hideout? Is that what happened here? Let's see. He took some licorice. He ran. Headed towards Limehouse Dock. John said he was doing an errand. So yeah, he might have been the Doc. The crows might have had him doing an errand. Last time I heard about them was when they raided a cargo of Oriental outfits near the Limehouse Dock. Where did we hear about the licorice? Didn't we? Where did we just read about the licorice? Where did we just hear about the licorice? It wasn't. It was just that was both by Limehouse. All right. What about these two dock workers that were arrested for fighting? I've written their names here. Here's a question. Two dock workers were charged. We found licorice at the Limehouse. Did we find licorice there? Why can I not find it now? Let me see. You ask about criminals, he says they're the Crows, led by Ben Bindle. Let's not forget to look up Ben Bindle. You have a headquarters, Limehouse Docks. So it was one of the other docks that we must have seen licorice. So at the Limehouse Docks, where the kid was found drowned, they're hauling cargo in and out. Simpson stops near the door of a warehouse to pick something up. I thought it was a cigar. It's an old stick of licorice. Then they see the painted mark. Okay, I get it. Now, so I think, Jonathan, you're right. What we just found was the kid's licorice. He stole the licorice. He ran away. He said he was doing an errand. So either he was doing an errand for the Crows and was running back to them, or he stumbled into their criminal place and they killed him, something like that. And we found that that's their old headquarters. Okay, I think we've solved that little kid's mystery. Either he was killed by the Crows or doing an errand for the Crows, something like that. But that licorice is the kid's licorice that he stole, that he dropped. Okay, good. Now, let's see if these people can be found, these dock fighters, because if they can, maybe we can find out about this disturbance. Okay, Groves was one of the guys that got arrested.
Don't see him. How about Alfred Kramer? Nope, no Kramer. So maybe there was no event. We have been to East Chap. Yeah, we went to East Chap. Let's read it again. I think maybe this is just consistent with our ideas that these guys made it up. Like there was no event. They didn't have to stage it. They just had to say there was one. So let's read it again. We ask around in Customs House and various pubs and shops trying to find out about the disturbance on the street yesterday. A few people say they think it was connected to the dock strikes, but don't recall many details, except there was a fight between some men. Okay, so there was something. Fight between some men. Eventually, a short, rotund lady from a fruit stall tells us she saw the whole thing. A big, bald man was shouting at another man, saying the dockers had no right to strike and they were just lazy and greedy, and the other man, who must have been a docker, swung a punch. The bald man struck back and fighting began. There was a crowd. Okay, then it ended as soon as it started. All right, how about we have barely been to our informants. Porky's may have something to say. You could also imagine maybe that the police station nearby might know something about it. So I think it's time to check out some of our informants. But what about a local police station around in the EC neighborhood? So 100 EC at Commercial Street is a police station. Where is that? There's also 36 EC, which looks like it's probably quite near. .36 EC is there. So let's go to these local police stations and see if they know anything. 36 EC and 100 EC. .36 EC, no entry. 100 EC, no entry. Okay, so no local arrests. Let's go to Porky. Yeah, let's go to Porky and see if he knows anything about this fight. So Porky is 52 EC. Oh, it's his neighborhood too. Surely he's going to know something. Jonathan says, I still think maybe they just knew there was going to be a strike march and the march would be enough justification. Just got lucky. There's a scuffle. It's certainly possible. The only reason it's worth chasing down is if they did actually hire someone to stage a fight, that would be a real connection we could find to them. But I agree that it's not like there has to be anything. All right. Let's see what Porky says. As we approach the bar at the Raven and Rat, a large, bald man with a big grin and a dark bruise on his cheek lumbers past us. It's the guy who was in the fight, knocking into Simpson and sending him tumbling to the floor. This is the guy. The man turns and looks, his grin momentarily vanishing, but he does not apologize and instead ambles over to the table in the corner, pint in hand. Don't mind Fincher, says Porky as Simpson stands and dusts himself off. He just doesn't really know his airs and graces. Not much up here. He points to his temple, then leans forward to speak in a whisper. Him and his brother do get themselves mixed up in the odd bit of work. Things that the law might not look so kindly on, you see. But it's all small stuff. Simple jobs. And you can always tell when they've done one recently because Fincher's in here drinking his pay away. We're looking into something pretty big, Porky. Says Wiggins, a robbery. Heard about it? Or about anyone
Trying to shift some gold? Yes, Anna is right, which is exactly what I was saying we were hoping to find. We have now found the guy, and it does sound like he was paid to start a fight.
So we found the big bald man.
It looks like he was paid to start a fight, probably with his brother.
And we learned his name, which is Fincher.
Yes, okay. Heard about it, or anyone trying to shift some gold. Porky says, Porky shakes his head. Sorry, mates, can't help you with that one, and Fincher ain't got the nonce or the stomach for something like that. Okay, that's right. They hired him, though, to create that diversion. Fincher. Okay, that's good. We know the answer to that if it comes up. All right. Where to next? I think we don't need to trace down that lead much more. I'm assuming we're not going to find Fincher to visit in his home. I'll just look that up to make sure. Yeah. No Fincher in his home, but I don't think we need to. Let's see. We could also, I was thinking we could check the American Embassy to see if they know anything about Pheasant leaving. American Embassy is 18 Southwest. Let's see if they know, if they have any tracking of our guy. Where was it? 18 Southwest, was it? Okay, there's no 18 Southwest. That's indeed where the embassy was. American Embassy, 18 Southwest. Okay, so there's no entry for that. Where would they... Porky doesn't know about a robbery in his neighborhood because there was no real robbery. Yeah, maybe so. I think we should look back at the father's work site, which was 97, to see if we see any signs of the black stuff there that we didn't pay attention to. We find Ed Jarvis in a workshop area, tattered clothes. We're investigating the robbery. He says Conrad wanted something more exciting. Garud saw the position of security agent. I want to look up Garud again to see if we can talk to him at his work, at his home. Nope. Oh, sorry, Garud Paxton. There's May Paxton, 37 East. That's worth checking out. Okay, let's see. He's the only son I have. I hope he'll come back. He says, I do remember something like that. We did take a look at a place in Harp Lane. He got estimate from different folks. Maybe we want to check for other handyman organizations in case someone else, but I don't think so. A small group of men walk into the workshop carrying dark wooden beams coated with tar and begin tying them together with ropes. I think that's what it is. It's the tar. tar on the ropes, and he got him from this workplace. A small group of men walk into the workshop carrying dark wooden beams coated with tar and beginning to tie them together with rope. Yeah. So I think that's it. He just stole it. He stole all this stuff. He stole the boots. He stole the rope, all from his father's workshop. Anna says, I still suspect Chelsea. We still have to figure out if any of the bank managers are involved. Indian man with wild hair. Anything happened? Normally, he said there was a beggar hassling him on the way in. What was the beggar hassling him about? Conrad said he wanted money or clothes, I think. Barefoot in rags. Why are you gentlemen so interested? Boots, and then the person yells at us for, did we steal the boots? Okay, but we know it's Conrad. All right, let's find out if this guy Garud, his wife, has anything to say to us. 37E. 37E does have an entry. The door is answered by a middle-aged Indian woman in a bright, garish pink dress. We explain we are investigating a case for Sherlock Holmes and ask if she knows Garud. Yes, Garud lives here. He is my nephew, she says, with a worried expression. I hope you don't think he was involved in anything. Not my lovely Garud, not my Garud. He wouldn't. In the past he has, but not anymore. He's promised. She stops and stares at us in slightly unsettling manner. No, no, says Wiggins, putting on his best reassuring smile. We don't think he's done anything, ma'am. Of course not. Not Garud. She relaxes noticeably. But just so we know, what was it he did in his past? She looks as if she's about to say something, but changes her mind and her expression alters. No, no, not my Garud. I don't know you lot from Adam, she says, and I will not tell you anything. And Garud has not done anything. Not my Garud, and that's enough. Not my Garud. She shuts the door in our faces. Well, could Garud be wrapped up in this? Is there another person? Let's check the archives. Jonathan says Kennedy is competent. Anna and Jonathan are talking about whether they suspect one of the bank managers. Anna says, I still suspect Chalice. The natural thing would be, why did I hire such a green boy for security manager? Look what happened. But he goes, it's not his fault at all. John says, Kennedy is competent. He already found embezzling. Why promote him at all if it means he could find more embezzlement? Golston already objected, so he had an opportunity not to promote Kennedy. I think you have a good point there, Jonathan. Why would you promote the guy that found the embezzlement? That doesn't make sense. That is evidence away from Chalice, because he was the guy who promoted, and maybe points the way towards Golston, who didn't want this smart kid to get the job. Let's try Disraeli O'Brien, the National Archives. Maybe he knows about the criminal records of Garud. 17WC, although we've pretty much settled on the fact that these guys did it to themselves. Do they need an extra guy? What about Kennedy's fiancée, Miss Vanelli? Yeah, we should visit her just for fun, although we really don't think he's involved in this. 17WC, National Archives. Okay, it says you may consult land records or criminal records below. Each counts as a separate lead. This is if you're counting leads, but we don't, so we don't care. You cannot find any records of ownership for the house at the end of Harp Lane, and we're told the police were at his office yesterday afternoon looking for the same thing. Unfortunately, there are many records missing, he says. The ownership and exchange of property in London is a complex affair going back centuries, and some things just get missed. It probably means the house hasn't changed ownership for a long time. Perhaps the builders working on the house could tell you more. They did, in fact. Okay, so then it says, have you circled K, which we have. Garud Paxton, convicted for assault and interred in Wormwood Scrubs prison from May 1886 to September 1887. So, assault. We did get Garud Paxton's criminal history. It's not for robbery, it's for assault. And that's it. So, probably he's not involved in our case, we don't think. All right. All right, let's do a couple of these loose ends here. What about Kennedy's fiancée, Miss Vanelli? Okay, let's go to 24 East. I don't see how she's involved in anything, but let's see. Okay, there's a long entry for her. Let's see what it says. Yes, of course, my friend Marie Vanelli is my daughter. Yes, of course, my friend. Marie Vanelli is my daughter, says a wide-faced gentleman with a thin mustache who speaks in a strong Italian accent. And she is indeed engaged to Mr. Kennedy. Amor tutti uguali, as we say. You wish to speak with her? If we could, sir, thank you, says Wiggins, doffing his cap. The man, who introduces himself as Enrico Vanelli, leads us to a sitting room where we find a young lady with a very long brown hair, seated on an armchair engaged in needlework. Marie, bellows Enrico with what seems to be an unnecessary amount of volume. These young gentlemen would like to speak to you about a Mr. Kennedy. She looks up and smiles. Hello, miss, says Wiggins, smiling. My name is Wiggins. Mr. Kennedy has employed us to look into an incident at the bank he works for, and we... You mean the robbery? She asks, her voice only betraying a hint of her father's accent. We wonder if perhaps she has lived in London most of her life. Yes, miss, the robbery. You know about it then? I do, from that foolish Mr. Merlow. He thinks by delighting in what he sees as Paul's failures, he will win me back, but it will not work. So I take it, miss, that Mr. Merlow was once a suitor of yours. She nods. Not for some time now, but he believes himself above Paul and persists in pursuing me, confident that someone like Paul would never succeed where he has failed. You see, I do not wish to appear to boast in any way, Mr. Wiggins, but my family is fairly wealthy, and Mr. Merlow likewise. Paul, on the contrary, comes from a family of more modest means. Mr. Merlow came to call on me this morning and told me that a Holder and Stevenson wagon had been robbed, with Paul only recently having taken up the security manager post, and he laughed and said it showed what a ridiculous man he really was. I paid him no attention. Do you know where he heard of the robbery? No, though he works at a bank himself. City and Suburban, I believe. Has Mr. Kennedy ever spoken to you about his work and perhaps mentioned details like delivery routes? She pauses a moment, staring straight ahead. No, Paul does not speak freely about his work. He was discreet about it when he was a senior clerk, and now, of course, he's the security manager. He does not disclose any sensitive details to me, and I am confident he would not disclose them to anyone else. Well, I think we'll be heading off, but thank you for your time, Miss Vanelli. Mr. Vanelli. We all offer a small bow and make our way out, and then it says circle the letter Z.
Okay, well, that was more promising than I expected.
Do we think now that her suitor arranged all this? It's tempting. Okay, so let's write down. This was 24E. Miss Vanelli. Okay, and what does she tell us about? She tells us about a Mr. Merlot, her suitor, who won't give up on her, who's rich. He knew about the robbery. When does he come by? Came to call on me this morning. Okay, well, I read it in the paper then. And he works at City and Suburban Bank. Okay, let's go visit him then. What do you guys think? Is he going to be involved in this? City and Suburban is 72 EC. Okay, here's 72 EC. Let's see what we got here. Do you have a circled Z? If not, you'll learn nothing. Otherwise, at City and Suburban Bank, we asked to see Mr. Merlot and are shown into a lavish wood-paneled office. One wall is lined with books, many of which appear concerned with the history of London. On the opposite wall is an enormous oil painting of a Spitalfields market at sunrise. Mr. Merlot, a clean-shaven man with very neat dark hair and a monocle, is seated in a leather chair in the center of a bay window. "How can I help you?" he asks with a quizzical look. "Oh, Mr. Merlot, we're investigating the robbery on Harp Lane." Merlot laughs. "You are," he says. Well, this gets better every minute." So Kennedy panics because there's been a robbery on his watch, and he gets a bunch of I don't know what you are, to investigate it for him. That man is a buffoon. We all pause for a moment to control the swell of anger we feel at Merlot's words before Wiggins speaks. "Actually, Mr. Merlot, Mr. Kennedy engaged Sherlock Holmes to investigate the robbery, and it is on his behalf that we are collecting the facts." Merlot's face pales and his mirth vanishes. "The famous detective," he whispers. He's silent for a moment and then shrugs. "Well, if Kennedy feels the need to waste his money on private investigations, he can do so." "Why would he be wasting his money, Mr. Merlot?" asks Simpson. "Well," replies Merlot, "because I think if the police cannot catch the culprits, then no one will. But that's just my opinion based on 10 years of experience as a banker." "And how did you hear about the robbery?" asks Wiggins. "Well, I was not in the office yesterday afternoon, so I heard of it when I arrived here this morning. The details of any robberies are shared among the London banks for security purposes." "And you decided to tell Miss Vanelli?" Merlot sighs and takes a moment to respond. "Yes, I did tell Miss Vanelli. She should know what kind of man she's engaged to. I must say, gentlemen, if I can call you that." He pauses and grins. "I am unclear why you are here or how you can think I can help." "Would people in your bank know the Holder and Stevenson delivery routes?" asks Wiggins. "Oh, possibly. There are certain circumstances under which such information would be shared. Whether anyone knew about the delivery yesterday, I do not know." "I was unaware of it. We sense there is little more to learn here, so we stand and walk toward the door." "You have an interest in history?" Wiggins asks as we pass the bookcase. "Yes, indeed. A knowledge of history enlivens the mind." Merlot holds the door for us, and offering him a curt nod, we head back outside.
That's a little weird ending here. You have an interest in history, Wiggins asks. Yes, indeed. A knowledge of history enlivens the mind. John says, I think this is a red herring. I would tend to agree. That feels like a red herring to me, to suspect him. He doesn't, there's no reason to think he could. This is not the way, this is too much work and too dangerous. You're a banker of 10 years. You're not going to risk everything to make, for the odd chance that this guy's going to look a little bit bad. I just don't buy it. But I think we have a pretty good idea of what happened, but we don't know how to connect which banker to this. We need to figure out how to do that. How do we connect them? Well, perhaps we should go to another of our informants. How about the carriage stables, 5WC? We ask about any cabs picking up people near Harp Lane or Lower Thames Street, especially men carrying heavy bags. We managed to find a driver who was on Lower Thames Street near the empty house from around 1:30 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. waiting for a fare, but he doesn't recall anything suspicious or any groups of men with heavy bags. That's because they didn't leave. Okay. What about here's an idea. We saw construction materials in a newly built fireplace or something, right? And we know that Ed Jarvis, his father, Conrad Jarvis's father, didn't build it. Now that means either Conrad Jarvis and his accomplices built it, or is it possible they hired someone else to build it? What if we look up any construction handyman? Is it possible they hired someone else to do it? In which case, Vladimir's Bootery, 77 Northwest. I think we know where the boots came from, but maybe, is there anything more to be gained by going to the Bootery? No. Okay. Cigars at 20 WC, just for fun, since we did see cigars. I don't think that's of any interest to us, but while I'm here, 20 WC, no. I don't see any construction place. Jonathan says, my current theory is they built the fireplace just to make a pile of bricks look innocuous. I think the gold is covered by a layer of bricks blending into raw construction material. I
I think I agree with you now. I mean, I was very suspicious about the idea of hiding the gold in there, but now if we think they did it to themselves, then it makes sense. They never want to escape. They're just planting it in there, and they're going to come. They were just built the fireplace to stay warm while they did this work, to dig out a place to hide it. They were hiding the gold in there somewhere is what they did. Okay. Now, we still don't know which bank manager, if any, are involved in this. Let's take a break and what's this thing about not 68 bars? I don't understand that theory. Just a few bars, not 68. I don't understand that. If you're saying they didn't steal all the bars or what. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll figure out where to go to next. We're back. We are talking in the chat about our final theories here. Jonathan is making the case for why it has to be Golston at the bank. He's the main accountant. He's upset Kennedy found some embezzling. And I'm saying it makes sense, but what? But how can we find information? Anna is still arguing for Chalice. We will reread that section where we go visit them at the bank, and so we can see their different personalities and see if we can't come to a better feeling of who we think might be in on it. I feel like I want some evidence. I was just thinking, I wonder if this is a case where we might, like, we'd like to find some more information about Chalice or Goldston. And I wondered if this might be one of these cases where in one of these past newspapers, like, we can't find Chalice or Goldston in the directory. Is it possible that they're mentioned in one of these papers? Let's just quickly look at the births and deaths. So here's a, Jonathan says, we still have some informants, don't we? I feel like we're low on clue. We have tried, we still have some more informants. Let me make a note of something. So the black on the rope we think we solved, and Gerard we think we thought. Let me make a point about something. One of our early, at some point we discovered that the woman, the accountant who confessed, Ruth Kaplan, confessed and was let go, and then we found out she was being paid off by someone. We know it's a short man who sharply dressed who delivered her cash. Okay. Now, that made us suspect one of two people. Either Pheasant, who we are told is a short man, or Chalice, the other bank manager, being involved. And we weren't sure who that would be. Let me point out that we didn't really try to drill down into that and reread. If we did, and we found out that either Pheasant was out of the country when she was paid off, or that Pheasant is a poor dresser and Chalice is a good dresser, that would cement for us who was paying her. Or we could track Chalice to getting money out of the bank. We did see that Pheasant withdrew $300 on May 26th, 300 pounds. So I think what we should write in our notes to try to wrap up is who bribed Miss Kaplan. If we can track down the date and the person, that could convince us that Chalice was paying her. And if Pheasant is paying her, then that just wraps that up. So I'm just looking in papers for any mention of Chalice or Golston. And I don't see anything.
It's possible that one of our informants will help fill us in. Don't see anything in the previous papers that helps us. One thing we can dig deeper about is the drowned boy and learned what his errand was. We may have already solved this sub-case, but maybe there is more. I do think we figured out most of it, but yes, was he on some errand? Unfortunately, we couldn't find his family, and he did seem to be going to the docks for that gang. All right, where are the rest of our informants? Let's see what we've got that we've not done. All right, how about a reporter for the Times 30 EC? We find the Times office buzzing with activity. Near where we enter, an illustrator for the paper is leaning over a desk on which he has laid 3 photographs. 2 of large groups of men on strike, and 1 of a group of women looking weary and bedraggled, standing beneath a large banner that reads, "Our husbands are on strike, for the wives it is not honey, and we all think it's right not to pay the landlords money. Everyone is on strike, so landlords do not be offended. The rent that's due will pay you when the strike is ended." He has a large sheet of paper laid out before him, ready to copy one of the photographs into a drawing suitable for the printing presses. We get to see Henry Ellis, who cannot give us much time. "I think the Yard will have more relevant information for you. We only repeated what they told us because we did not have any journalists there. Still, their description of the facts seemed strange to me." So he's saying the description of the facts of the robbery seemed a little odd to him. "What did you think was strange?" we say. "According to the report, 3 masked men blindfolded the guards. That's what seems strange to me. Why go through all that trouble when they were masked?" This was Anna's point very early. "I don't know. Maybe it's nothing." Wiggins nods thoughtfully. "And is there anything else interesting at the moment?" "Well, as you can see, the strike on the docks. They are in the 3rd week. The situation's getting worse. East London is under severe strain. Many families are starving because while men are on strike, money does not come in. Women roam the streets in search of food and pawn all their valuables: suits, boots, handkerchiefs, dresses, tools, even their bed linen. And of course, as a result, the landlords have a hard time collecting rents, and there is no one in the shops. The dock companies hope the strikers will give in when they have nothing to eat, but I'm not sure it will be that simple." Anna says, "I forgot about Drummond's, but this income increased steadily, meaning he was the embezzler. And the withdrawal on the 28th of May, definitely the payment for Miss K. So now I'm thinking Pheasant is the mastermind and didn't go to America at all. As Jonathan said at one point." No, I said that. I said that. I said maybe he didn't go to America at all. It's certainly possible. And as the old security guy, he would be the one in touch with the guards. Okay. I'm not sure, though. It sounds like Jonathan wants Golston, Anna wanted Chalice, and I was saying Pheasant, but I think we're going to need to track down Pheasant more. See if we can rule that out. Okay, so the newspaper guy says something suspicious about the robbery facts.
which was an original fact that Anna brought up about them being blindfolded. Now we have a theory about that they weren't blindfolded. I mean, they blindfolded themselves and did it all themselves. But why? Let me ask you something. Why did they have to blindfold themselves? I mean, I'm committed to this theory that they staged the robbery themselves. But let me ask you something. Why did they blindfold themselves? Why did they blindfold themselves? Why not just say they saw the thieves run down the alley? I mean, they're saying they heard it, and they're saying the guys were masked. Jonathan Ennis says, so they say they didn't see anything, but there was nothing for them to see. Why not say they saw the robbers run off? Jonathan's saying, is it maybe they just thought it was something that robbers would do? Boy, that's a little concerning, isn't it, though? It doesn't make sense, does it? Like, if you think it's weird that they were blindfolded, it's doubly weird that they would blindfold themselves. Like, if that's an odd detail for robbers to do, it's doubly odd that you would have to try to arrange to do that to yourself. That's troubling. That troubles me. That really troubles me now. Why would you say that? You've already said, the guards already said they saw the men. They've already said they saw the men. This is interesting. Okay, I think these are some good theories. Anna says we know at least one of the gunmen was fending off the crowd with a mask. So the theory is, Anna is saying, if they needed masks to pretend to be gunmen, maybe they had to have something, they had to turn those masks into blindfolds because they couldn't get rid of them. I don't know why they couldn't just burn them, though, if they're bringing the gold into that building to hide it and they have a fireplace where they're burning stuff. Why not just throw their masks in there? But it is an interesting idea that you would be wearing a mask, pretending to be a gunman, and then you just put it over your eyes and pretend it's blindfold. But then Anna says, where's the gun that one of them had? And Jonathan's just say, the gun could have been their bank-issued guns. In other words, we know that the guards are carrying guns. They claim the robbers had guns, so the guards just throw their guns on the street, and that's the gun they had. Okay, I mean, yeah, I think that's not an unreasonable thing, although it is weird that if you're burning stuff in the pile, why not You only need one mask for the guy who's holding off the crowd. Why not just burn it or something? A more interesting question, says Jonathan, is where's the boot? It's in the fire. We heard there was leather in the fire. That's actually a good point. Jonathan, that's actually a good point. In the fire was found leather. Seems like it would take time to burn the leather. There was a piece of wood in the fire, and they also found leather in the fire. I still think our theory is sound, but it is a little weird about the blindfold, but I think it makes some sense. They can't, I guess you could say that they put on their masks once they wanted to pretend to be the robbers, just in case anyone saw them, and they couldn't afford to ever take them off. So all they did was shift them up to their eyes when it came time once they were tied. Makes some sense. Let's visit Lestrade and see what he says. 13 Southwest. Okay, let's talk to Lestrade. Lestrade sees us and opens his mouth, but Wiggins speaks first. Good Lord, Inspector, he says, you look busier than a rooster in a henhouse. Lestrade stops, still, mouth open, now unsure what to say. Well, well, says Wiggins, putting his finger to his chin and adopting a thoughtful pose. I wonder if perhaps we could be of some assistance. You see, we're looking into this robbery on Harp Lane for Mr. Kennedy, and as you seem so frightfully busy with other things, maybe you could tell us what you know and we can look into it for you, to save you some time. He grins broadly and winks. Lestrade pauses a moment, then, to our surprise, just nods. Very well, Wiggins, you have a point, and you young gents have proved yourself in the past. So you look into the robbery, and I'll put more time into dealing with these strikes and their consequences. Though I think you'll get most of the useful information from the crime scene and from Mr. Murray. All I can give you will be what you heard from Kennedy unless you have any questions. Wiggins is quick to take advantage of Lestrade's unusually convivial mood. Well, Inspector, Mr. Kennedy said there wasn't a police escort with the wagon. Who else would have known that fact? There wasn't, as we just didn't have enough men and we knew the bank's own guards would be there. Many here at the yard would have known, and probably a few at the bank. We mainly dealt with Mr. Kennedy, but also a Mr. Chalice and Mr. Golston. Thank you, Inspector. And do you have any leads? Could be both Chalice and Golston working together. Do you have any leads? Well, it looks like a well-planned job, although the robbers only got 68 bars of gold, of course. Most of it was left in the wagon. There are two gangs I think would have the ability to pull it off. And they've done similar heists in the past. The Kozicki gang, we have them mentioned in the newspaper, so we might want to follow that up. Although that sure seems like a red herring. And the Crows, who were originally dockers and began by robbing cargo when it arrived off the boats because they knew the delivery times and security measures. Thanks, Inspector. Perhaps you could be so kind as to let us use some of the yard's resources. Don't push it, Wiggins. Wiggins nods with a smile and we make our way out. Don't push it, Wiggins. Okay. All right, let us briefly divert from the rest of our informants to look about Oscar Kozicki to Edith Mary Baker at the Scottish National Church in London. Let's see what we got here. It seems like a red herring, but the Scottish National Church is at 51 EC. So 51 EC. If we want to pursue the Kozicki angle, then this is what we see. A stern-looking minister informs us that indeed Oscar Kozicki and Edith Baker were married there 3 days ago. Many were in attendance, he says, in a slow, precise manner. They are evidently a much-loved couple. He pauses and looks towards the altar, then adds, I believe they were to leave for the continent soon after the wedding, though how soon I am not certain. I do remember that Oscar was very interested in the history of our church and its construction. It was Mary, you see, who was affiliated with the Church of Scotland, Oscar having grown up as a Protestant in Poland. This particular church was built 20 years ago, and a very fine building it is, as you can see. We look around us at the heavy stone walls and marble columns and the crenellated golden arch that stands before the altar, and nod in agreement. We wander around the church for a short time, but see nothing else of interest. Okay, doesn't look important for us. What do you think next? How about Lomax the librarian? 5 Southwest. 5 Southwest isn't even in the book. Okay. Medical examiner, shouldn't be anything for him to see. He shouldn't really be in here, but let's see if he is anyway. 38 EC. Nope, he's not in there. Langdale Pike. Okay. Maybe he's going to have something for us. 2 Southwest. Nope. No Langdale Pike. So that's it. Oh, Sherlock Holmes. Are we ready to go to Sherlock Holmes for some hints? I think we might as well. 42 Northwest. Let's finish up our stuff here. Hopefully he won't give us any hints we don't need. Here's Sherlock Holmes. The testimonies of the 3 guards, the material evidence, and the curious empty house are the keys to this case. Do not waste time here. Go and investigate, says Sherlock Holmes. That's all he's got to say for us. All right, we're done with our informants. Let's read the Drummond's Bank entry, 26WC. Okay, let's read that again. We explain we work for Sherlock Holmes and would like to know about Mr. Pheasant. The clerk seems unsure, but she says, I'm going to make a new page for Mr. Pheasant. Mr. Pheasant's account is closed. He's no longer in the country. That does sound like he left. Can we find him on a ship's manifest? I wonder if we go to any of the ship travel places if they can see when he left. So he closed the account. He left the country. He received regular pay rises from his employer, or he made canny investments. In either case, income increased steadily from autumn until he left England. Yeah, when was that? She says, I see. And was there anything unusual, an odd withdrawal? Okay, so 300 pounds. On May 28th. Okay, thank you for your help. All right. Now, let's read. We're going to track back his history, and then we're going to see if he's the guy who bribed her. So the next place that's got talk about him was the Cheshire Cheese, maybe.
Okay, I think that was 34 EC, so let's read that. The old Cheshire cheese is down a narrow alley. We ask if anyone works. We find Reginald Fandu. We learned 6 weeks ago, on the day before he left for America. Look at that. We got the exact date he left for America. How is that? That's why you got to recheck these. Okay, here we go. Around 6 weeks ago, on the night before his predecessor left for America, they were drinking in the pub. Okay, so let's do it. 6 weeks ago. This is 34 EC. 6 weeks ago, he left for America. Okay, I think he really did leave because he closed his account. All right, so 6 weeks ago would have been July like July 23rd or so, right? Because then 1 week makes it August 1st, and then 28 days later is 4 weeks. So he would have left around July 23rd. Does that work for you? 6 weeks ago would have been July 23rd. Okay. That means, if that's true, that means he has left town a long time ago. Okay. He was happy. He got a number of drinks. Okay. He says, everyone thinks Kennedy's a genius for spotting the oddities in some of the accounts. He's not that clever. We say, what do you mean by that? He says, he doesn't say anything. He sobers up. Then when he gets drunk again, he says, I got the impression Kennedy hadn't uncovered the whole story, as if there was a lot more embezzlement going on. I remember the drink made him come across all smug and proud. He seemed to feel he'd come out of it as a winner in some way. Okay, and then we're told he's short fella. We're told anything about the way he dressed? Drinking in a pub? No. Okay. So he withdraws his money on May 28th. Okay, now let's find where the woman, well, where we're told the woman is bribed. 18 East. Okay, here she is being bribed. Let's see what we got here. We knock on the door. We say, you work at the bank? She says, I have nothing to say. The neighbor comes by and says, she worked for a bank, I think, but stopped a few months back. Okay. So Kaplan fired a few months ago. So that would make it, I don't know what, June or so. Okay, she stopped going to work, but she's got plenty of money the whole time. As I recall it, it was just after that she stopped going out each day. I thought something had happened. A short gentleman came to see her one evening. Smartly dressed, black case. June, July. Okay, so that matches with May 28th. So that bribery all matches, right? She stopped going to work a few months ago. That would have been May, June, July, August. So around May, end of May. And that's when this short guy comes with money to pay her, and that matches with payoff from our Mr. Pheasant, who's been embezzling money the whole time. So that's completely consistent with that. Who orchestrated the robbery? The guards? Jonathan says, I still think Golston, but then Pheasants would have been just delivering Golston's money and not withdrawing from his own bank. Okay, so Anna has a very good point. I think Anna has a very good point. If we now line up the payment to this woman as being made by Pheasant, the dates match, that means Pheasant paid her with his own money, which suggests that the higher up bankers were not involved in this embezzlement scheme. And if they weren't involved in the embezzlement scheme with Ruth, it suggests that they probably aren't involved in the embezzlement scheme with the guards, and that the guards are just acting on their own. Which is a pretty big coincidence. And it says, let's reread the guard statements. Yeah, let's reread the guard statements and the bank statement again. Let's reread the bank statement, people, first, then we'll look at the guards. So the bank is at 69 EC. Let's see what this says. At Holder and Stevenson Bank, we're shown into the office with a Mr. Chalice, the manager, a short, thin man. Mr. Golston, the chief accountant, a taller, gaunt gentleman whose mouth turns down in the corners such a way that his face seems set in an expression of perpetual sadness. They tell us Mr. Kenny has asked them to cooperate. Who at the bank would have known there would be no police? Chalice says, I imagine everyone. Although officially only senior people would know. You can't think anyone at the bank was involved. We say we don't know yet. Has anything suspicious happened here recently? The two exchange a quick look. Then Golston speaks. Embezzlement. Who was it? Ruth Kaplan, an accountancy clerk. She was a senior clerk. Kennedy noticed some odd transactions, brought it to the attention of Pheasant and him, Chalice. We began to investigate the embezzlement, and a few days later, on 29 of May, she confessed. Okay, so Pheasant pays her on the 28th, and on the 29th, she confesses. Clear as day, we understand why she confessed. That means, as Anna points out, she's covering for Pheasant, not a bigger plan. So Golston and Chalice are not involved in this embezzlement. That seems very clear to me from the fact that he's paying her out of his account. Golston and Chalice are not involved in the embezzlement. And if they're not involved in the embezzlement, I don't see any reason to believe they're involved in the robbery. A few weeks later, Pheasant says, I'm going to America. He's like, I'm out. I've stolen enough. Before they figure anything else out, I'm gone. Chalice says, I'm glad because the fact that he had missed the signs of embezzlement Mr. Kennedy spotted made me doubt his credentials as a security manager. I've since heard his apparent incompetence was a common joke around our staff during the drinks at the old Cheshire. I wish I had known sooner. He always made disrespectful comments, kept his own money with Drummond's. Partly because clerical work had always been without fault. Also because he had noticed the embezzlement, I decided to appoint Mr. Kennedy a new security manager. He took over the job. It does illustrate that our security situation has been somewhat remiss. Perhaps the robbers knew that. I hope the appointment of Kennedy will rectify things. Do you have any questions more pertinent? How much gold was it carrying? Gold bullion in 230 bars, weighing just over 500 pounds. Average size delivery for a bank of our standing, though the robbers only took part of it. As the robbers left most of the gold, does that mean it's not a big deal? Golston guffaws. Any robbery is a big deal. Our business depends on customers' ability to trust that their money is safe. Besides, 68 bars of gold still amounts to a small fortune. And what do you think of Mr. Kennedy? Wiggins asked Golston. Chalice jumps in. I still have faith in Mr. Kennedy, Chalice says quickly. He's done everything he could have given the circumstances and his experience. I think he sees his situation as jeopardized. Unless this becomes regular, I don't think he needs to fear. Jonathan says, I don't necessarily agree. I think Golston could have been paying off Pheasant. How would Pheasant be embezzling? He's a bank security officer. He's not a manager or accountant. It's a good point. How is he embezzling? It's an interesting point. If he's the security manager, how is he embezzling? And we're told that Golston is the accountant. Chalice is the manager, and Mr. Golston, the chief accountant. But why would Pheasant pay her off with his own money? That makes no sense to me. No, and then he quits and goes to America? No, he's afraid of getting caught. He would not leave if he wasn't afraid of getting caught. It's suspicious that Golston doesn't want him for the job. It is, I admit. All right, let's go back and read the statements again. Comes in. He says, I need your help recovering money. Michael Darby, one of the guards who can furnish you with extra information. Docker strike. The 3 guards, they all were armed. 1:30, there was a disturbance. They took a diversion. Sensible decision. 3 men came upon them, 1 on each guard, directed them down an alley. They took their weapons, tied them up, blew open the wagon, removed over 60 bars of gold. Explosion was heard in surrounding streets. People approached, a robber pointing a gun straight at them, which sent them scurrying. Police arrived just under 30 minutes. By that time, the robbers had gone. Then the guy tells us his story. Just as he said, I was riding up front, Cod ran at the back. We got to the junction. I could see a ruckus at East Cheap. I cried to the others we should turn left, cut through to Lower Thames. Saw a man on the wagon by Hugh. I reached for my gun, saw another man with his face covered, was pointing a gun at me from the side of the wagon. I froze. I could make out a third man with a gun pointed at Conrad. So he sees all 3 gunmen, which we think is a lie. When I was down, he tied my hands and feet behind me, blindfolded me, threw me to the ground. It was all very quick. Next thing I remember was the explosion, then the sound of them running down the lane, rather than out of it, which I remember thinking was odd. He's afraid he's going to lose his job.
Okay, let's see the rest of our guards. So that was one. That was Michael Darby. Maybe if we studied his comments more closely, we might find a contradiction, but we think we pretty much already know. 54 East was Jarvis. That's another one of the guys. It's the guy in the back. He's the most suspicious. Two women are trying to sell us stuff. He's tall, well-built man in his 30s, neat black hair. He says there's a diversion. We went down Dunce, heard a noise behind me. I look around and see two men running towards me fast. I see they have their faces covered, each holding something. He feels something by his side. Pistol. His face was covered. Tied my hands and feet behind me, blindfolded me, then threw me on the ground. All very quick. I think next thing I remember the explosion. Then I heard footsteps. They all say strangely. I went down the thing. Police came soon. Not enough time to catch them. You cut your thumb. He says they tried to hit me. That's what happened. We thank him, make our way out. As we do, we notice on a side table an old ticket stub for the Carnival of Wonders, a number of cigar stubs, and a pamphlet about the dock strikes. Okay. And then Hugh Pattons. Again, they all live in this neighborhood. There's women selling cloths and stuff. Hugh Pattons, he says, I've worked for him for just over a year. So he's worked just over a year. I was the driver. Michael Darby was up front. Conrad Jarvis behind, all of us armed. This guy doesn't see much. He says, I hear a sound. He's driving. He hears a sound. I start to turn to my right and glimpse something gray, a scarf or something, sort of covering this man's face, who's climbed onto the right side of the wagon. So I shout out. Michael turns around, but the man's got me in a stranglehold and whispers in my ear, that alley now or you're dead. I thought for a moment of going for my gun, but I realized it would mean the end of me and maybe all of us. And I see Michael isn't going for his gun. He's staring to my right. And it seemed that he too was shocked. And I turned the wagon left and we enter this alley. As we do, something is put over my eyes so I can't see anything. And my feet are tied and hands are tied behind my back. Then I could hear quick movement and whispering. Then the explosion. That was quite a noise, deafening, ringing in my ears a while after it was. So I heard and nothing else until a man in a police uniform unfolds my blindfolded eyes. I think we just got a big, huge clue. That's right. I think this guy's not in on it. And he's telling us that that other guy could not have heard the guys run down the alley because the noise would have deafened him. This is pretty huge. It was good we reread these. I think we've just found out that this guy, the driver, was not in on it. Yeah. So I see Michael isn't going for his gun. The guy up front is not going for his gun, right? Michael Derby's up front. Conrad Jarvis is behind us. Normally they ride side to side, but when there's no cops, they ride front to back. I hear a sound. I start to turn to my right and glimpse something gray, a scarf or something, covering this man's face, who's climbed right onto the side of the wagon.
He shouts out. Michael turns around. The man's got him in a stranglehold. Whispers in my ear, the alley now or you're dead. Michael isn't going for his gun. So I realize I shouldn't go for mine. Something is put over his eyes. He can't see anything. His hands and feet are tied. He hears quick movement and whispering. The two men in the front and back are in on this. Explosion, deafening, ringing in my ears for a while, so I could see and hear nothing until a man in a police uniform lifts the blindfold from my eyes. So, look at this. That's why they need the blindfolds. Exactly right, says Anna. They need the blindfolds because they have to explain why this middle guy was blindfolded. The middle guy has to be blindfolded so that he doesn't see that his two friends are the robbers. But then the robbers have to blindfold everyone to make it look like they were just all being blindfolded. But now there is a reason. So we really got... we were sitting there saying that the blindfolds were really sticking in our craw. Like I was saying, it doesn't really make sense why they were blindfolded now if they're all in on it. But now we see it makes complete sense. They have to blindfold the middle guy. And if they have to blindfold the middle guy, they have to pretend like they're all blindfolded. Okay. And now when we look at our other guys, we can see they all claim to have heard stuff, right? So Jarvis says... Two men run past, blindfolded me, threw me to the ground. Next thing I remember was the explosion, and then I heard footsteps running down the alley. We know from our other witness that he was deafened, so he couldn't hear anything. So that's Jarvis completely lying about hearing anything. And our guy Michael said the same exact thing, right? He says, let's see. Next thing I remember is the explosion and then the sound of them running down the lane rather than out of it, which I remember thinking was odd. Okay, pretty nice. That's pretty wonderful. Okay, so, boy, was it... I have to give Anna some credit about saying to reread their statements because... And Holmes suggested we do it too. But we... would not, it was only the second reading of the driver that it clicked to us that the driver seems much more believable. John says the guy in the front and the guy in the back were on foot the whole time. I think they said they had to get down off their horses, right? That's the robbers made them get down off their horses and walk them. Now, the question is, so I think I love how that little detail has just become true. Now, are we ready to, what's our final conclusion about the bank managers, people? There's a real... Where did the two... They all live in the East. 54 East is Jarvis. And... Jarvis is at 54. Where does Michael live? Michael Darby. We don't know where he lives. I would just love to... Jonathan says, well, where did Conrad's horse go when he climbed onto the wagon in order to turn it? I don't know. I mean, I don't know that it's that critical. It was a little weird why he was told to get down, but he told me to drop my gun and get off my horse, so I do. And by this time, the other two men have run past each side of the wagon to walk and lead the horse. And we follow the wagon to a side alley. I don't know why they make him get down. Is there a reason? Just so he won't, maybe just so he won't escape. Maybe just so he won't escape. He led the horse on the lead. I really wish we could connect one of these bank people, though. When we go to Jarvis seems like the mastermind here. When we go to his father's workshop, son worked here for a few years. The work wasn't for him. Were you ever asked to do any work at Harp Lane? Colonel Dorking, they give him an estimate. Conrad was here last Friday. He said there was a beggar hassling him on the way. Wanted money or clothes. He was barefoot. Garage says Conrad never says much about his work. Boots, someone yells. Anna says, the question is, was the manager or the accountant in on it? Yeah, I mean, we talk to them. We say, who would know you wouldn't have a police escort? He says, well, the upper management would know, but maybe everyone at the bank would kind of know. How would we know whether one of them was involved in it? Let's think about the pros and the cons. I mean, Jonathan's point about how could the security guy be embezzling? Jonathan's point about how could the security guy be embezzling is on one side, but I think much stronger evidence is the fact that the embezzler, Pheasant, paid her off directly. That suggests to me that the manager and the chief accountant were not involved in the embezzling. I think the idea of them staging a robbery to cover up the embezzled funds was a fun idea, but it's not suggested by the evidence. That means there's no reason for them to do this. If they aren't embezzling money, the bank manager and accountant, they're making good money as bankers, much less motivation to rob a bank. It's hard to motivate a manager of a bank to try to rob the bank. They're just making too much money to make it worthwhile. And not enough money was stolen to make it worthwhile for them. But now the guards are living in poverty in a poor area of London. They aren't making much money. They have reason to rob it. I think they're not in on it. I think the robbers realized that security was lax at the bank, that there was a new guy in charge who would get blamed, and the bank is just insecure. That's right. And the robbers just said, everyone's getting away with murder. This guy was embezzling from this bank for months. He got away with it. The accountant got paid off.
They probably heard some stories about everyone ripping off this bank left and right. This bank is poorly run with bad security. It's our chance to rob it before they increase security. Like, we got to go now. The strikers are striking. That means no police escorts. If we're going to do it, it's now or never. Yeah, I think we're ready to solve this. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll take an 8-minute break now. In the break, Anna, Jonathan, you think about if there's any place else you think that might be worthwhile going, anything else you want to follow up before we try to answer it, and then decide whether we should skim through this book and see if there's something we've missed before or after we read the solution. Make your final decisions about whether to blame one of the people in the bank office. And we'll come back in 8 minutes and solve this thing. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're just wrapping up case 8. We had a very exciting moment rereading the statements of the 3 people, realizing that the middle guy driving the wagon was not in on this. Then we have some interesting chat during the break. Are we ready to wrap it up? Do we know enough about the boy who was killed? And are we ready to make our final votes about whether anyone at the bank was involved? Jonathan says, I'm ready to skim to see if we missed anything big. Jonathan sounds like he's still agonizing over whether someone at the bank is involved. I think no. Anna says, maybe the little boy was just at the wrong place at the wrong time, saw the crows and they killed him. I'm a little concerned about the little boy story because it all makes sense to me except the part about being on an errand. So I thought I would just look at that briefly, or a couple hints on that, to see if there's anything we missed there. Child was drowned. Inquest was held on the 28th. 10 years. On Monday. So this is not on the day of our crime, but a week prior. Child's hand reached through a broken pane in the window of her shop, take some licorice. She said, what are you doing? He ran. Between 4 and 5 p.m. Okay. Later seen by a Mr. Arnold Frost heading towards Limehouse Dock. Mr. Frost called to him, who said he was running an errand. Body was discovered in the river on Monday evening, identified as that of John Posh. No signs of violence on the body. We know at Limehouse Dock was the secret headquarters of the Crows. And we saw a little piece of licorice out by the ground here. Normally the Limehouse Docks area would be alive. It's quiet. Simpson stops near the door of a warehouse to pick something up. I thought it was a cigar. It's an old stick of licorice. What's that? They see the painted mark still wet on the wall near the warehouse door, a straight vertical line with a barrel shape on top. No idea. Painted mark still wet. Why would it be still wet? And then we meet someone else who tells us that the crows moved. There are the Crows. They took their name from the crow's nest. Had a headquarters in an old warehouse in the northeast of the city, but I think they moved on when the law caught on to it. Last time I heard about them was when they raided a cargo of Oriental outfits near the Limehouse Docks. That was some time ago. So we found the Crows' headquarters. It's just why we don't know what this kid was up to, and we couldn't find anything related to it, although we know she has a shop there. Headed towards Limehouse Dock. So, but the Limehouse Docks are in the east. That's not even in London. I mean, it's East London, not on the map even. So, I guess we're not going to find that place. And we couldn't find anything. There's Spitalfields Market, but that's not where all this happened, is it? Alright, so let's do what we said. Let's just skim this book and see if there's anything. Let's skim and see if there's anything we missed. Okay, Lestrade, the inspector, there's the rope. We understand that he used to tie it himself. Whoa, this is pretty big, actually. I see something serious. I see something we missed.
Oh no, we must have done a minute. We went there, so I've marked it 3 Northwest. Colonel Dorking. Oh, that's Dorking. Okay, sorry. So we say your house was used to commit a crime or whatever. There's building materials there. He says, that's weird. I don't have anything going on. Okay, then the Apollo Theater. We went there. He did his escape act. Holmes says, check the stuff. Kennedy, no address. Nothing at the cab station. Criminal records. Mr. Pheasant's account is closed. We know all that. The Sailor's Reading Room. We went there. It's in the paper. Custom House. About the fight. Here was the warehouse we found where the guy says it's empty except for something. This is a warehouse in the paper. There's nothing down here. There's a dog. That's a clever little distraction about the dogs. The Times doing the strike. The Cheshire Cheese. The marriage of the gang member. The Porkies about the guy who got into a fight. There's the bank information. There's the other bank with the suitor. Scene of the crime. The robbery across the way. Must have been dynamite. The father's area. The embezzling woman. The woman that Kennedy's married to, going to get married to. Garood woman who says my husband would never do anything bad. We found he was arrested. There's Jarvis, who's the kind of like the mastermind. The driver, Hugh Patton's house. All of the docks. That's it. We've seen everything. John says the Limehouse docks is where the symbol is painted. Is yes. Okay, so we read everything. We saw everything. We didn't miss it. We didn't miss anything. There were like 3 entries we didn't read that are people saying you come to the wrong house. All right. It's time to answer questions. Are you ready? Everyone ready? Looks like we read everything. I don't know how I feel about checking to see. I think I feel good about it. Like, we're completionists. We want to read everything before we solve it. So we first come up with our theory. Then we check for an emergency if there's anything we missed, just to make sure we don't spoil it. All right, are we ready to read the solution? I don't know why no one's replying. Jonathan's still chewing over. I think you guys are probably right. It's just being the 2 guards. But once again, for drama, I'll stick with the head accountant. Okay, here we go. The heist in Harp Lane. First question is, who carried out the robbery? So we think it's Conrad Jarvis and Michael Darby. These are the people riding horseback at the front, Michael Darby, and at the back, Conrad Jarvis. One of the most enjoyable parts about this case is right near the end when we realized the driver, the wagon guy, was not in on it. Okay. What was Hugh Patton's involvement exactly? I don't like this question. This sort of makes you think twice about blaming him, but we know he was innocent. But I don't like that there's a question about here. I would have rather it said, I don't know, something else. I don't like that this is leaking information. What was the significance of the extra piece of rope? This is to help him tie himself.
He was probably, this is Jarvis. He probably tied up the other two, and then he had to be the one to tie himself with his teeth or something like that. Where is the gold? This is Jonathan's theory right from the beginning, that it's in the building at 88. Second series of questions. What caused the disturbance at Eastcheap and who was involved? So what was the name? Fincher. This was Fincher. Paid to fight his brother, I think, and cause a disturbance. So they'd have an excuse for turning down this alley. And it says the answer to 4 is between the bricks. It's in that house. I don't know where it is in this house. So we could read that section describing the house again to see exactly where it was. But I think maybe it's in the chimney, something like that. Where is the beggar Conrad said hassled him at Jarvis Building Yard? Seven, who embezzled money? This we know is going to be Pheasant, unless you think it's one of the chief accountants. Who does it appear John Potch encountered shortly before his death? We know that's the Crows gang. Okay, so the only one I'm not sure about was 6. Where was the beggar Conrad said hassled him at Jarvis Building Yard? Is this the guy who was across the street that the cops interviewed with one arm, with wild hair? Why do we connect those two? Why would we say he's the same one that hassled him? Is it because he stole the boot? That's what it must be, right? Anna says Jarvis made up the beggar. So here are the options. We thought that Jarvis stole the work boot. But maybe he didn't. Maybe this beggar who was barefoot stole the work boots at Jarvis's father's place and then wore them on the site. Did Jarvis give him the boots? Well, where is the beggar Conrad said hassled him at Jarvis Building Yard? So I guess if we say anything, we're going to say he's across the way at 15, or he's made up. But before we do that, let's read that again. Where was it that the cops... Was it Lestrade who says... Was it Lestrade who says they interviewed a beggar? Let's see, 13 Southwest. Let's see that. Where did we read about the... It doesn't seem to be at Lestrade. Where did we read about... Where did we read about the crazy-haired beggar who says no one was... that he was out there at the strike of the hour? Well, I think it was at the scene of the crime. All right, let's read this again. It's the scene of the crime. We might want to check out the fireplace, evidently new. In a corner, a heap of bricks, slate, tiles, and building materials. Okay, so that's it. Look at that. I think what they did is they removed the bricks from the old fireplace and they put in the new bricks of gold or something. All right, but let's see. Okay, the bottom of the door is a footprint. Man's boot size 11. Bloke must be a giant. Heavy tread like a work boot. We spoke to folks who had been on the street. There was a beggar, an old, wild-looking fellow with one arm. He was sitting on the other side of the road, right opposite the door. He said he arrived there when the clock struck the hour and did not see anyone leave the house. I'm not sure how trustworthy he was, but if he was right, that meant the robbers guided the wagon down the alley. We're out of there within 20 minutes. Well, I don't know what to say about that. Jarvis and Son was the boot and beggar. Let me see what Jonathan and Anna are trying to say here. Anna says Jarvis made up the beggar. Did it say somewhere the beggar had one boot? Jarvis gave one of the stolen boots. Jarvis needed someone to blame for the boots. Jarvis and Son was the boot and beggar. Question is not about this beggar. I know, but the point is that the question is about the beggar at Jarvis. So let's read that. It's right here. We try to pick up the boot. Oh, sorry, not we try to pick up the boots. He says, let's see. Conrad was here last Friday. He said there was a beggar hassling him on the way in. What was the beggar hassling him about? Conrad said he wanted money or clothes, I think. He was barefoot and in rags. Why are you so interested? We're investigating a robbery. And then we start to pick up the boots. A guy comes running out and says, put those down. Was it you last week? Were you here then? What do you mean last week? Just clear off. So the question, so that's the point. The point is that's the beggar, and now the question is asking us. The question is asking us what happened to this beggar? The beggar that was harassing them. So let's think about our options here. One is there was no beggar. It's a trick question. He made up the beggar. To explain the stolen boots. That's one option. Let me, we never really had a good theory for why he needed those boots, though. Like, what's our theory for why he needed the boots? They never leave, right? They never actually leave. So what's the... So did he take the boots just for making the footprint to throw off the police? Yes, okay, you're right. All right, you're right about that. Okay, so he took the footprint. We found evidence it was burned in the fireplace. It was specifically left to throw the police off, so there was no beggar. So you're saying way back when he stole the boots, he tried to plant the idea in even his father's workman's area that some beggar was barefoot and stole shoes. Yeah, that's very devious. Okay, you've sold me. So the answer to 6 is there is no beggar. I like it. So just to be clear, it was all planned right when he stole the boots. He had already planned to use them to leave footprints, and just in case it came back to them. Yep. Yep. Okay, I like it. All right, let's read the answers. Ready? Here we go. Everyone happy with their answers? Everyone recorded their answers? We all agree that there was no beggar at the father's workshop. He just stole the boots to leave a false print and made up the story of the beggar. All right, here we go. Who carried out the robbery? The answer is Conrad Jarvis and Michael Darby. So we got that right, 25 points. What was Hugh Patton's involvement? He was the driver of the wagon. He was not involved. We got that right, 15 points. What was the significance of the extra piece of rope? Conrad tied his own hands behind his back by using a long piece of rope with an end held in his mouth to pull the knot tight once it was around his wrists, all the while gripping a small knife in his right palm. Once his hands were tied, he kept hold of the rope in his mouth, used the knife to cut away the excess rope, accidentally sliding into the thumb of his left hand as he did so. Then he let the excess rope fall, cast the knife as far away as he could, and fell to the ground. 30 points. We got that right. 4. Where's the gold? Inside the brickwork of the new fireplace in the empty house. 30 points. That was my final theory, by the way. I mean, it was Jonathan's original theory that it was in the house. My theory was that it went into the fireplace. The fireplace bricks came out. That's why there are bricks there. In the gold went, although that seems like, I don't know how you have enough time to do that, but okay. If you deduced it was in the house, but not that it was in the brickwork of the fireplace, you get 15 points. So I get the full 30, even though it was Jonathan's original theory. Jonathan and Anna, you might only get 15 points for that. I'm just saying. It's interesting that Dave Neal has come up with this very subtle differential scoring, whether you figured out it was in the fireplace brickwork or not. It does seem odd that they could brick it up into the fireplace in time. Okay, second series. What causes this disturbance at East Cheap? And who was involved? Fincher and his brother, who drank at the Rat and Raven, were paid to start the disturbance. That's plus 15 points. 6. Where's the beggar? Conrad said hassled him. Nowhere. Conrad made the beggar up so people would think the beggar had stolen the work boots, when in fact Conrad had taken the boots so he could use them to make a false clue at the empty house. Plus 10 points. Well done, Anna and Jonathan. Anna. Okay. Who embezzled the money? Mr. Pheasants. You get an extra 10 points if you deduce that Ruth Kaplan was also involved, either doing some of the embezzling or taking the bribe to confess it. So we got the full 20 points for that. Who does it appear John Posh encountered shortly before his death? One or more members of the Crows, whose symbol, a crudely drawn crow's nest, was painted by the door of a warehouse at the Limehouse dock, where a stick of licorice lay on the floor. Plus 15, so perfect again. We got a perfect score, if you don't count how many leads we took. That's pretty good teamwork. Pretty good stuff. All right, let's put this back and let's read the finale, the little epilogue here. Well, good work, team. that paid that we slowed down and really thought out our final answers to those, because there were a couple there touch and go. All right, here we go, reading our 2.5-page finale. We crouched silently in the dark, barely daring to breathe, only vaguely able to make out the shapes of Holmes, Lestrade, Mr. Kennedy, and Constable Griggs as we all wait in the empty house on Harp Lane. At Holmes' insistence, we have gathered here, Lestrade, having only just withdrawn the policemen stationed at the house, begrudgingly agreed. We have sat for almost 2 hours when finally there is the sound of a door being opened. 2 figures make their way past where we hide and enter the room opposite us with the new fireplace. A few seconds later, we hear a loud cracking noise, and at this, Holmes leaps forward and shouts, "Now!" We dart into the room, Kennedy striking a light to his lamp and holding it high to illuminate the scene. 2 men stand by the fireplace, one holding a sledgehammer. We immediately recognize Conrad Jarvis and Michael Darby, the guards of the wagon. Completely surprised by our arrival, they have no time to move before we have them restrained. Then we notice that the side of the fireplace has been smashed away with the sledgehammer, and some of the bricks gleam in the lamplight. "Constable Griggs," says Holmes, "would you be so kind as to finish the job our friends here have started?" Griggs nods and, lifting the sledgehammer, brings it down on the column on each side of the fireplace. Every swing releases bricks and sends gold bars rolling onto the floor. When he is done, he and Kennedy collect the gold into a pile. 68, says Kennedy. It's all there, but I don't understand, Mr. Holmes. He holds the lamp up to Holmes's face, and the detective eyes shine back at him. You will recall, Mr. Kennedy, Holmes says, that I told you there were some points of particular interest in what you told me at Baker Street. The points which struck me were these. First, the fact that the robbers had run down the lane toward an apparent dead end. Second, that they took only a small amount of the available gold. I want to hear Holmes's explanation for that. And third, that they had blindfolded the guards. I asked myself why, when the guards had already seen the robbers whose faces were in any case concealed, would blindfolds have been necessary? These points of interest sent me directly to the scene of the crime, where I discovered the robbers had apparently escaped through the house. I noted, of course, that the house was in the most curious state of being grimy, unclean, and generally in disrepair, yet with a single new fireplace. Next, I turned my attention to the mystery of the blindfolds, my favorite part of this mystery, and 2 avenues of inquiry came to mind. Mr. Murray at Scotland Yard, who would have, Mr. Murray at Scotland Yard, who would have the evidence from the scene, and the other 2 guards, Conrad and Hugh, whose own accounts may suggest that it was the robbers did not wish them to see. Sorry, let's rewind that. I got distracted by someone complimenting me on the chat. I think when that happens, we should pause and take a moment to let it sink in. John says, Jesse, good job deducing the guards faked the robbery, and a good call to go back and reread to catch Hugh was innocent. Yeah, that was pretty huge. Okay, let's see here. The blindfolds and the 2 avenues of inquiry. Mr. Murray at Scotland Yard, who would have the evidence from the scene, and the other 2 guards, Conrad and Hugh, whose own accounts may suggest that it was the robbers' own accounts may suggest what it was the robbers did not wish them to see. Aside from the 3 gray blindfolds and the rope used to tie the guards, 1 spare piece of rope and
and a small knife were found at the scene, which was perhaps the one used to give Conrad Jarvis the small cut on his left hand. But the accounts from both guards were enlightening. Hugh said he saw something gray by him when he turned, suggesting that the scarves the robbers wore to conceal their faces were gray, just like the blindfolds Mr. Murray showed me. More importantly, I realized, unlike Conrad Jarvis and Michael Darby, Hugh Pattons at no point claimed to have seen more than one robber, and he barely even saw that one, achieving only a brief glimpse of a figure with a gray scarf before he was blindfolded. Hugh also described the sound of the explosion as deafening, yet both Michael and Conrad said they heard the robbers running down the lane soon after the explosion. In places, Michael and Conrad's accounts of the robbery were also uncannily similar. Finally, there was a curious inconsistency. Hugh described a robber coming onto the wagon from his right. Michael looked in the same direction, his left, Hugh's right, when he saw the other robber, yet this was inconsistent with Conrad's account, in which the two robbers ran around each side of the wagon, not both around the same side. Then I located an advert for Jarvis and Son Builders in the Times with the shop close to the house on Harp Lane. This was perhaps the firm who were conducting the renovation work, but it also struck me as more than coincidence that the name Jarvis was also the surname of a guard. A visit to the builder's yard confirmed that it was owned by Conrad Jarvis's father, and that Conrad was a trained builder and visited the yard regularly. The work boots used at the yard seemed consistent with the print found in the old house, and Ed Jarvis said they had visited the house on Harp Lane to provide a quote for a Colonel Dorking. Colonel Dorking himself, however, said he had not gone ahead with the renovation, and as far as he was aware, the house remained unchanged. The final piece of the puzzle had fallen into place. Conrad Jarvis knew of the house, had the skills to do the renovation work, but why would he do such work on an empty house? Perhaps you could tell us from here, Mr. Jarvis. Conrad just stares at Holmes and does not speak, his face set still and stony, unmoved. Very well, Holmes continues. Let me recount the events, and I invite you to put me right on any points where I err. Perhaps aware that security at Holder and Stevenson was lacking, you considered for some time the idea of stealing the gold entrusted to your care. Conrad knew of the empty house on Harp Lane and realized it was close to a regular delivery route. You began your preparations so you could be ready to act during the next delivery, which had no police escort. You broke into the house and Conrad built a new fireplace, but left a tile on each end of the mantelpiece loose, so they could be removed to reveal a hollow interior of each column. I see. The day before the robbery, you broke open the door onto Lower Thames Street so it would look like the robber's escape route. On the day of the delivery, you arranged to ride at the front and back of the wagon. After using the disturbance to justify a diversion onto St. Dunstan's Hill, Conrad, riding behind Hugh, tied a gray cloth around his face. He jumped onto the wagon, held Hugh at gunpoint. Michael turned and pretended to see another robber to Hugh's right. You blindfolded Hugh and tied him up with rope from your father's building yard marked with black tar. Then retrieved the dynamite and a sack from the empty house and blew open the wagon. You had to blindfold Hugh, of course, so that he would not realize who the robbers really were, and he would not see that he was the only guard tied up. This meant you had to blindfold yourselves, as if only Hugh was blindfolded, suspicions would have been raised. That's right. With the wagon blown open, Michael aimed his gun toward the end of the lane to deter anyone who approached, while Conrad moved the gold into the house and dropped the bars into the hollow columns of the fireplace, 34 into each side. He cemented each tile in place, covering the holes, and pressed a work boot taken from his father's builder's yard into the mud by the far door to suggest the robbers went on to Lower Thames Street. He put the sack and the work boot into the fireplace, set them alight. Back outside, he tied up Michael, blindfolded him using the same cloth he had been using to cover his face. Then Conrad tied his own feet, blindfolded himself and tied his own hands behind his back by using a long piece of rope held in his mouth to pull the knot tight. He cut away the excess rope when he was done, a distinct and ingenious touch, I must admit. Then he cast the knife as far away as he could and fell to the ground. Afterwards, you kept an eye on this house, waiting for the police to be dismissed so you could recover the gold, which brings us to tonight and the circumstances in which we find ourselves. Is there anything I have missed? Conrad just stares blankly, but Michael drops to his knees and groans. Mr. Kennedy and Lestrade look on in bewilderment, attempting to absorb Holmes' torrent of revelations. This is quite incredible, says Mr. Kennedy. I cannot believe they did this, and we would never have realized, I am sure. Well, Mr. Kennedy, says Holmes, let me say I think you have the makings of an excellent security manager, and I do not pay such compliments often. But I fear you have inherited a leaking ship. Waste no time in ensuring that things are in order at Holder and Stevenson. Then I am certain your position and your marriage will be assured. Kennedy nods his thanks, and we head on to Lower Thames Street to board a cab. So, Holmes, the dockers' strike simply presented the right circumstances for this cunning scheme to go ahead, says Watson as we begin our journey home, putting a strain on the police and giving credence to the idea that there was a street disturbance necessitating a diversion. Indeed, Watson, one finds that the devious criminal mind will often operate on such opportunist principles, though in this case it was unfortunate for our culprits that the astute Mr. Kennedy had recently been given his post. The detective turns to the window, and we follow his gaze to see a group of dockers passing, voices raised in a rousing song about the hope of a prosperous future, while out on the river the silhouettes of a small number of vessels are visible, gently winding their way downstream under the star-filled sky. John says, let's go to the chat. Let's talk about this. Okay, so Jesse, good job deducing the guards faked the robbery. Anna, good call. Go back and reread to catch that Hugh was innocent. Anna says, looks like all of us were right about something in this case. Did they even mention the fireplaces having columns? Let's take a look at what they say. Okay. He leads us to a corridor where dust covers everything. There's a gas lamp. As you can see, the place is being renovated. He points to a fireplace that's evidently new, and in a corner a heap of brick, slate, tiles, and building materials. So no, they do not describe to us the details of the fireplace. That feels a bit, yeah, like how would you have figured out that there were two hollow things? But you might imagine you just look at a fireplace, you wouldn't notice that it had two columns. So it's just, it's if we walked in there and we saw it, we just say, oh, it's a fireplace. We don't notice any details about it. But it does help explain how they were able to hide them so fast. They didn't brick in the gold as bricks. They threw them in hollow things. That makes a lot more sense. Whether it's the fireplace or a hole in the wall or something, it makes sense that you've made a cavity, you've prepared a cavity for them, and maybe you only expected a certain amount, but when they get filled up, you can't steal any more. There's nowhere to put it. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back, we'll discuss the case a little bit, and then we'll call it an evening. So I'll see you in 5 minutes.
So, Heist in Harp Lane. Let's see what Jonathan and Anna thought of this case. Anna says, I like this case. Was interesting, clever, engaging, maybe little details here and there, a bit strange or not completely explained. Jonathan says, overall, really enjoyed the case. I think it was difficult. I actually kind of enjoy that the informants were not very central to the case. Also, I think maybe the other embezzlement at the bank would have been enough of a side mystery. Not sure we needed the drowned child. I think because of the order that we did things, we didn't really get distracted by the two other gangs that could have been involved in this robbery, could have pulled it off. The Crows were one, and then the Polish gang was another. So I don't know. Yeah, I agree. That was sort of weird. That was a weird situation with that kid. I'm not sure what the thinking was behind it, but at least it did reward us a little bit for going down to the docks and doing all that work about the possible involvement of the Crows gang. I have to say, for myself, this is one of my favorite cases of the last few we've played, the last 4 or 5. I don't remember some of the cases. I remember case 3 was pretty amazing, so I can't speak to some of the earlier cases where I would rank them. But this would be very near the top of the last 3 or 4 cases we've played. Despite it being a little cartoonish about hiding the gold in the house, I can forgive that a little because of the parts of this that were so satisfying. And there were a bunch of things here that were satisfying and really had us thinking hard about trying to explain them. The first one was the figuring out that these guards staged this robbery themselves and that there aren't 3 more escaped robbers. And the details of that were so satisfying because it was, again, one of these cases where the facts seemed pretty simple, and we've got the statements from the 3 people about what happened, but we could tell something was wrong. And there were things that bothered us. The blindfolds was a huge one, and that was one of the most satisfying parts, that we had these details, right? And at one point, there was that aha moment, and I remember thinking, there are no robbers. They've staged it themselves. And that was a breakthrough, a really wonderful moment when we've been trying to find 3 robbers, and all of a sudden, there's no robbers to find, and we had to reevaluate the evidence. But then a very interesting thing happened. That piece of the puzzle about how they staged it themselves seemed right, very satisfying, very fun. And then an interesting thing happened to us. About an hour after that, the blindfolds came up again. And I remember getting a little deflated, like, wait a second. The blindfolds didn't make sense in the beginning, because why would the robbers blindfold them if the robbers are already masked? And then we had this moment of, wait a second, the blindfolds make even less sense if they've committed this robbery themselves. And we were at this confused moment where it seemed so clear to us, it felt right that they had staged the robbery themselves, and yet the blindfolds now made even less sense. And I think at that point we sort of resolved that, okay, maybe they just thought that they that that's what criminals would do, or we thought then, okay, they have to wear the masks in case anyone see them. This was our final theory we were going to sit with is they must have had to have the masks, so if anyone saw them, they would thought they were the robbers. And then after they tied themselves up, they would just turn those masks into blindfolds. That would be the easiest way to get rid of them. Although we did wonder, why not just burn them in the fire like everything else? And we sat with that for a while. And then Anna was like, let's reread the testimony of the 3 guards again. And we went and reread. And when we started rereading the wagon driver, we had another aha moment, which was, whoa, this wagon guy's statement is completely different from the other front 2. The front horse rider and the back horse rider. Something feels different about this guy's statement. First of all, he doesn't see both gunmen the way the other 2 do. And he makes this very conspicuous statement that didn't seem conspicuous when we first read it, about how the explosion deafened him. And then we said, wait a second. The other 2 guys hear the people running down the street. It sounded too pat. And then it all of a sudden all made sense. Yes, the guy driving the wagon is not involved. He's telling the truth. That's why he only sees one guy. And the guy he sees in front of him, he sees the guy turn back and not draw his gun. He draws one conclusion from that he shouldn't try to fight when it's really that the guy's in cahoots with him. And then all of a sudden, the blindfolds now make complete sense. They have to blindfold this middle guy who's driving the wagon so he doesn't see them. So that's why they all have to be blindfolded to make it look believable. That was super satisfying, super wonderful moment. And we had some long discussions about that. And then the other thing that was kind of cool was the long discussions and debates we had about the embezzlement and whether any of the bank managers or accountant was involved. And we went back and forth on that for a while. And I think, if we had found some affirmative evidence about one of them, we might think that. But it was very cleverly done. And I think what convinced us in the end that the bank manager and accountant weren't involved, there were a couple things, but the main one was that the old chief security officer clearly paid off the accountant with his own money. That made it pretty clear that it wasn't a larger plot to embezzle by the higher-ups. So that excluded the higher-ups from being involved in the embezzlement. But that was fun. That took some work to find out that he withdrew his money from his bank. We matched up the dates, and in the end, we convinced ourselves, yes, he paid for her out of his own money. That was kind of fun. That little detail of thinking that they're involved, but them not being involved. So it was sort of an independent coincidence of a crime, secondary crime that was a coincidence, except it's not fair to call it a complete coincidence, but because you could imagine that these guards are seeing how dysfunctional this bank is, how lax security is, and that making it more appealing for them to try to rob this bank. And I did like that we had to sort of bring all of our... We had to use not just sort of facts to rule out the 2 bank manager and chief accountant. We had to use psychology. We were saying, well, is he really going to rob the bank? Or they make too much money without evidence that they're involved in it? Like, in the end, we really had to use all of our faculties to decide that the 2 higher-ups in the bank probably weren't involved. I think Anna says it well. This was subtle. You needed to reread lots of leads to catch the little details, and you had to use in different cases, some psychology involved. There were lots of places that we sort of clicked things in only in retrospect. And this had a little bit of everything. Some of these were facts that all clicked in. I think the embezzlement stuff, deciding, it's a very minor part, but for me, that was an enjoyable part. I think, Jonathan, the fact that we were all, the short man paid her off, there was a long moment where we thought that there's some bigger conspiracy going on at the bank, that one of these higher-ups at the bank were involved in this embezzlement, faking the crime to hide the loss of money, those things that made sense. But in the end, we had to sort of really lay it out and say, on balance, it doesn't make sense for those higher-ups to be involved in this crime, and they weren't. And that was satisfying. It was satisfying that there was so much debate involved, and it was satisfying that we came to the right conclusions, that those people weren't involved. And yeah, a very satisfying case, I thought. Little details. You could absolutely see that there would be groups who would figure out who would conclude that all three of those people were involved in the robbery and miss the fact that the guy on the wagon wasn't involved. That's pretty satisfying. Or you could see people that would accuse the bank higher-ups as being involved. Jonathan says, it's a good sign when players are switching stances by the end of the case. Absolutely. It's one of my favorite parts. One of my favorite parts about movies where you're not sure what happened. Like, I have a very distinct memory of watching the movie Scream with my best friend Robert Burton in high school at the time, and like every 15 minutes saying, okay, he's the one who did it. Okay, that I changed my mind. It's this person. There is something very satisfying in these cases when you're changing your theory as you go on, rather than having it be a sort of a linear increase of evidence against someone. So yeah, I really did enjoy that. I would have liked to see, we tried to find more evidence that the higher up in the banks maybe knew the guards or whatever. That was part of our conclusion, was in the end that we've exhausted everything. We can't find any connection that the higher ups at the bank have with the guards. So that's partly how we concluded they weren't involved. I do think there were a couple loose ends. Like, Jonathan had a very good point, which is, how is the security guy embezzling money? But I think I think the Dave Neal solution actually had a bit of an explanation for that. In the answer, did you catch that? So the way we read it is that the accountant woman, Ruth Kaplan, confessed to doing the embezzling. She was a lower level accountant. We knew that Pheasant bribed her at the end to pay her off for making a false confession. But perhaps what the explanation at the end may have given a slightly different, more subtle explanation, which is probably that she was working with him the whole time. It's not that he was embezzling all the money and she falsely confessed and he paid her off to make the false confession. It's probably more likely that the two of them were together embezzling. She's the accountant, so she had the books. Were embezzling together. And in the end, he figures out a way to have her take the blame and get fired. And then he gives her some of the money at the end. So that's the answer to Jonathan's question. How does the security officer be the one doing the embezzling? And I think the answer is that the two of them were doing it as a team. One of my favorite cases, very small scoped, couple people, felt like a real, police work finding the criminals. Very satisfying. Very subtle details, I agree. All right, any final thoughts from Jonathan and Anna? I'd say this is one of my favorite cases. The only thing that keeps it from being at the very top of these cases in this box for me is there weren't moments where we made a brilliant deduction of where to go. And there are a couple cases in this box that do have that mechanic where you have to make a very clever leap of logic to figure out a place to go on the map to put things into place. And this didn't have this, but this did have some pieces that we needed to put together. Final thoughts before we wrap up this case. So 6 hours and 52 minutes. It's 5:45 a.m. It was a good long case. And it says, are we going to play tomorrow? Well, Jonathan is the scheduler. Jonathan will have to make a decision about that. We've only got 2 cases left from this box. This one didn't seem to make use of any past newspaper stories, did it? I don't feel like this case used anything in the past cases. That's a little odd. Except the dock worker strike stuff. Jonathan says, do you want to play tomorrow, Jesse, or would you prefer Monday? I could play tomorrow, which is really today. Are you saying today or tomorrow? Saturday or Sunday? I could play Saturday or Sunday. If you guys wanted to try a daytime game, we could try a daytime game too. This weekend's wide open for me, either way. We don't have to decide it now on the stream. In the next couple hours or so, Jonathan, we could decide. It sounds like Anna's available. Is everyone available on Saturday evening? Sunday evening? I'm available all weekend, I guess I should say. Anna says, Saturday is good for me. Sunday or Monday is not. So it sounds like it's either today, it's either Saturday night for Anna. I don't know, Saturday tends to not be good for Jonathan. Jonathan, can you play tonight, Saturday night, 11 p.m.? If so, I guess we're going to see you all in 12 plus 5, 17 hours, it looks like. All right, well then we should probably wrap it up. Okay, looks like barring some change, we'll see each other in 17 hours for case 9, and then we'll take off some time maybe and then play the final case next week. I loved this case, and this was some real teamwork too. All right, guys, so with that, we'll sign off. A pleasure as always. I don't know if we could have done it without the teamwork. A great case. You really, well, we'll save our thoughts on this box till we finish. All right. I'll see you tonight, I guess. Oops, wrong thing.